Chapter 737 Peak. Chapter 737 Peak. That person sure is terrifying. He did not release his golden core phenomenon for the first 100 steps and charge through them merely relying on his physique. It's said that his physique is comparable to a pure-blooded, ferocious beast. Indeed, nothing was exaggerated at all. That's nothing much. Dean only released his golden core phenomenon after the 100th stone step as well. At that moment, countless gazes were fixed on that green figure on the myriad phenomenon peak. As everyone discussed, Su Zimo had already stepped foot on the 100th stone step. Boom! The moment he landed on that stone step, Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly as he gave a slight frown. The pressure that came from above had increased significantly after the 100th stone step. Even with his physique, he was feeling the strain. Of course, that was because he did not use the power of his inner core. Su Zimo estimated that if he used the power of his inner core and burst forth with the full strength of his blood chi, he could reach the peak of the myriad phenomenon peak even without releasing his golden core phenomenon. Of course, that was impractical. Perfected Lord Yu Jun warned him that using the power of his inner core on the myriad phenomenon peak would be courting death. Crack! 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 The skies above Su Zimo's head tore repeatedly, and lightning flashed. A heavy downpour rained down, turning into a torrential flood with endless meteors. It was as though the apocalypse had descended. Boom! 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 For gigantic, heavenly piercing stone pillars stood in the floods. At the top of the stone pillars was a shell that covered the skies, etched with mysterious patterns that seemed like they contained endless secrets of the universe. The four limbs suppressed the raging tides, and the shell supported the broken skies. The primordial divine, Turtle, had descended, rearing its head into a wild howl and a bright gaze. This was the first time that most of the cultivators present witnessed that phenomenon personally. Their expressions changed, and endless shock filled their eyes. That primordial phenomenon had been lost for a long time. Even the 17 nascent souls present had not witnessed it personally before. There's no wonder why it's a primordial divine being that protected the masses. To think that it would possess such a might. Monk Ian Lu lamented. Perfected Lord Luo Shui said deeply, the human race will definitely prosper with the resurgence of these lost primordial phenomenons. Perfected Lord Han Yi and Monk Yuan Kong merely smirked coldly with nonchalance. Although perfected Lord Yu Jun was expressionless, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. While the appearance of a primordial phenomenon represented the arrival of a golden era, it could also imply that an unimaginable catastrophe was approaching. If the human race could tide through it, they would prosper. If they could not, there was a high chance they would be annihilated. In the ancient era, multiple emperors rose, and a supreme, peerless existence that was feared throughout history, such as the human emperor, surfaced. Those were the reasons that built the current state of Tianhuang mainland. But now that the emperors have passed on and the human emperor left Tianhuang mainland a long time alone, who was going to save the human race if a catastrophe truly arrived? I might be worrying for nothing. Perfected Lord Yu Jun shook his head and smiled deprecatingly. The pressure on Su Zimo diminished significantly after he released the primordial divine turtle. He arrived at the 101st stone step and surpassed Monk Juqin without pausing to continue ahead. 102nd step. 103rd step. Monk Juqin, Pang Yu, and Hang Chiyu could only watch as Su Zimo passed them by. The three of them had conflicted expressions. In the battle beneath the human emperor's palace 20 years ago, the paragons of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects were left dead and injured. Most of them were despondent from the setback and relegated to be a part of the masses. The three of them were the only ones that overcame their inner demons and stood up again. They advanced honorably and regained their spots as the #1 disciples of their sects in the Golden Core realm. A large part of the reason for their return was to erase the shame from their past. They wanted to fight Su Zimo again. However, Su Zimo did not give them that chance at all. He surpassed them with ease on the myriad phenomenon peak. Everyone knew that Su Zimo had a double phenomenon. Now that he was already here with a single phenomenon, where could he advance with 2 of them? Could he truly match Di'in? Gradually, silence filled the vicinity of the myriad phenomenon peak. All the cultivators wanted to know where Su Zimo could reach. Di'in stood at the top and glared down at Su Zimo expressionlessly. Bang! Su Zimo had ascended to the 105th stone step. Su Cheng was emotional as he glared at Su Zimo sternly with widened eyes. Dozens of days ago he fought against Su Zimo. At that time, Su Zimo released a double phenomenon and fused them together to crush his apocalyptic 5 thunders. And now he was already at this level with just a single golden core phenomenon. This meant that the power of Su Zimo's golden core phenomenon had grown to yet another level within these dozens of days. Su Cheng's guess was both correct and incorrect. It was true that the power of Su Zimo's golden core phenomenon had grown. However, it was not during these dozens of days, but on his journey of ascending the myriad phenomenon peak earlier on. He comprehended the marks and auras left behind by ancient experts on the myriad phenomenon peak and gained insight into the Taos of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects from the Qi condensation, foundation, establishment, and golden core realm. His golden core phenomenon had evolved completely. While outsiders might not be able to sense it, Su Zimo understood that change the greatest. He stood on the 105th stone step and lingered for a moment with closed eyes. All of a sudden, Su Zimo opened his eyes and roared into the skies. His golden core swiveled and a scorching heat wave was released. Bang! Boom! Boom! The mountains toppled and volcanoes spewed. Scarlet lava blanketed the floor, and flames blazed for thousands of kilometers. A gigantic anaconda tunneled out from underground and soared into the skies, flapping its wings that were burned scarlet and almost transparent as it reared its head into a roar. The primordial soaring serpent. 2 primordial phenomenons had descended. Su Zimo's aura exploded, and he stomped on the ground heavily, soaring into the skies like an arrow as he crossed the 106th, 107th steps. Boom! In one go, Su Zimo ascended to the peak of the myriad phenomenon peak in one go, relying on his double phenomenon. After a momentary silence, the crowd broke into exclamations. Everything happened too quickly that many cultivators had yet to react to it. In the blink of an eye, there was another person at the peak of the myriad phenomenon peak. The mountain was 108,000 feet tall, and clouds floated around it. 2 figures stood among them, faintly visible and resembling peerless emperors that looked down on the mortal realm. Many cultivators looked extremely excited. 2 people on the mountain peak implied that there was going to be an earth-shaking fight between them in the ranking battle. Heis! Perfected Lord Yujun sighed. This was the outcome he was most reluctant to witness as a cultivator of Enigma Palace hosting the phenomenon ranking. The loss of either of these 2 peerless paragons would not benefit the human race. At the peak, Di'in gazed at Su Zimo, who was beside him, and smirked with a fake smile. Take a good look at this picturesque scenery, this wonderful world, and the beautiful skies. Enjoy the look of reverence from the other cultivators. This might be the last things you can ever enjoy. Is that so? Su Zimo replied with an indifferent expression. Su Zimo, you are truly ignorant. Do you know what this peak of the myriad phenomenon peak means for you? Di'in pointed below his feet and gave an unsettling smile. This is your death's gate. By ascending this peak, you've crossed the gates of death. Since you have a death wish, all I can do is fulfill that for you. Chapter 738, Ranking Battle. Chapter 738, Ranking Battle. Su Zimo merely scoffed coldly against Di Yin's provocations. Things between the two of them were irreconcilable, and one of them was bound to die soon. It was needless to speak further. Unlike the bottom of the mountain, Su Zimo no longer experienced any pressure from the myriad phenomenon peak the moment he ascended its peak. It was as though they had obtained the recognition of this ancient mountain. Su Zimo turned around and surveyed his surroundings. It was spacious at the peak of the mountain with nothing in sight except for a tall stele that was erected in the middle. There were hundreds of names etched densely on it. As he stood before the stele, Su Zimo remained silent and his feelings were complicated. There was joy, pride, and sorrow. Countless years have passed since the ancient times, and the phenomenon ranking was held consistently once every 100 years. However, only these few hundred cultivators managed to ascend to the peak. From today on, his name would also be etched on that stele and be passed down through history, no matter how much time passed through rain or shine. He ought to feel proud and elated. The sorrow came from the fact that he could not share this joy with someone. Without that person, he would not have had the chance to even cultivate, let alone leave his name on this ancient phenomenon stele. It seems like I've gotten closer to you again. Su Zimo lowered his head before the stele and murmured with a faint smile. Although he was still very far away from that ethereal world, he believed that he would definitely arrive there sooner or later and catch up with her footsteps. The two of you can condense your spirit energies and leave your names on the ancient phenomenon stele. Perfected Lord Yu Jun's voice sounded. Su Zimo and Di Yin obeyed and left their names on the stele. The style of the handwriting on the stele differed from person to person. Some were pointy, some were restrained, some were coarse and firm, some were elegant with long strokes, some were sturdy and antiquated, while others were wild and casual. The bearings of their predecessors could be seen through their handwriting. All the cultivators beneath the peak of the mountain let out envious looks. The golden core phenomenon ranking was conducted once every 100 years. However, the ancient phenomenon stele was there for all eternity. Any cultivator that made it into Myriad Phenomenon City are all worthy of the term paragon. Right then, Perfected Lord Yu Jun said, "Slowly. Today's accomplishments does not translate to future glory. Everyone, you have to work hard and not slack off. A name left behind on the ancient phenomenon stele might not be proof of one's future accomplishments. Among the several hundred cultivators, many of them died as well. The heavens are often jealous of those who are talented. They were bound to endure unimaginable hardship and dangers. At the same time, there were also cultivators that became emperors without leaving their names on the ancient phenomenon stele. Nothing in the world was absolute. Perfected Lord Yu Jun continued. The new phenomenon ranking is now out with the end of the elimination battle. After a slight rest, the cultivators on the list will undergo a final ranking battle. The ranking battle was held at a raised platform at the foot of the mountain. The platform was 100 feet tall and extremely spacious, with enough room for 10,000 people to stand on it at the same time. There were a total of 18 ranking battles this time round. Of course, what everyone was waiting for was the fight between the top 10 of the phenomenon ranking. The final match would be between Su Zimo and Di Yin for the top of the ranking. After the elimination battle, cultivators on the phenomenon ranking had to take a short rest to recover their stamina. In Su Zimo's group, apart from Ji Qingtian, the others, Little Fatty, Demonist Ji, and Ming Zhen, had to partake in a fight against another paragon for the final ranking battle. Little Fatty was up against Qin Li of Illusion, Fiend, Cult, from the Fiend sections. Demonist Ji was up against Duan Qingping of Clear Wind Temple from the Immortal sections. Ming Zhen was up against Monk Jian Kong of Hollow Monastery from the Buddhist monasteries. For cultivators to arrive on the same stone step, It was proof that the difference between the power of their phenomenons was not too great. However, power was not the only determining factor in a fight between cultivators. It was a face-off between their techniques, spirit arts, secret skills, and even experience in battle. "Young monk, have this elixir." Xiaoning arrived beside Mingzhen and handed the latter an elixir. Mingzhen was wounded by monk Yuan Kong previously and ascended the myriad phenomenon peak with his injuries. Xiaoning could tell that his injuries had worsened, and hence the gesture. "Take it and heal up quickly so that you can fight with your full strength." Su Zimo nodded. Although he had quite a number of elixirs in his storage bag, the quality and effectiveness of elixirs from Elixir Yang sect was the best. Ming Zhen's cultivation technique came from the Buddhist monasteries. His recovery speed was shocking. With that elixir and some rest, he could recover almost entirely before his battle. "Thank you, benefactor." Ming Zhen received the elixir and swallowed it. The ranking battle began the moment afternoon came. In order to prevent paragons from dying in the ranking battle, as long as any cultivator could not win and left the radius of the stone platform in time, it would be considered as a defeat. The battle would come to an immediate end. The first battle was for the 98th spot of the phenomenon ranking. The two paragons that fought came from the upper sections. Although it was near the end of the phenomenon ranking, the battle was also unusually intense. Both paragons took turns to release countless spirit arts and secret skills. Their variations in both melee and ranged combat was endless. Eventually, both paragons released their golden core phenomenons and fought till they were completely exhausted before one of them took the win with a slight lead. All the cultivators watching below were amazed. They were also able to benefit immensely from the fight between the paragons. 12 battles were over as time passed and evening approached. The next match was for the 20th spot of the phenomenon ranking. The two paragons were Demonist Ji and Duan Qingping. On the stone platform, Demonist Ji bowed forward, politely with her hands in front of her. She gave Duan Qingping a gentle smile as she said tenderly with watery, clear eyes, "Big brother Duan, please." Duan Qingping froze momentarily with a lost look in his eyes. Immediately after, he frowned and could not help but shudder with a conflicted expression on his face. "What's wrong with Duan Qingping?" "I didn't see Demonist Ji attack." Cries of surprises came from the crowd. Su Zimo nodded silently. Demonist Ji had gotten even better and more frightening with her bewitchment technique. Apart from the Buddhist monastery's paragons who were clear of worldly desires, any other cultivator could be charmed by Demonist Ji if they were distracted for a moment. Ah. Duan Qingping widened his eyes and glared around, howling at the top of his lungs. Black wind, catastrophe. Pitch-black cyclones that howled furiously appeared and swarmed around Duan Qingping in a shuddering manner. The cyclones were so powerful that any cultivator that made contact with them would be ripped apart instantly. Duan Qingping realized that something was amiss and released his golden core phenomenon right away. Unfortunately, he had already lost the first move and was bewitched. It was difficult for him to regain his sanctity even with the release of his golden core phenomenon. Demonist Ji stood at the side and glared coldly without making a move. Like an insane, headless fly, Duan Qingping held furiously on the stone platform as though he could not see Demonist Ji at all. He had already lost his mind completely. Humph! The perfected lord of Clear Wind Temple had a terrible expression when he saw that. Given the current situation, it won't be long before Duan Qingping spent his spirit energy and exhausted himself completely without Demonist Ji even making a move. Victory was decided. It was an effortless victory. Demonist Ji did not even have to release her golden core phenomenon. Chapter 739. Chapter 739. All Swords United. The next battle was for the 14th spot of the phenomenon ranking. Little Fatty was up against Qin Li of Illusion Fiend Cult. The cultivation techniques of Illusion Fiend Cult lean on affecting one's mental state. Be careful. Demoness Ji reminded Little Fatty out of goodwill on her way down. Little Fatty, Demoness Ji, and even Ji Qingtian, Shijian, and the others were from different sections. In fact, they were opposing factions of immortals between fiends and had no interactions at all. However, the group of them now had a degree of connection with Su Zimo at the core. Thank you. Little Fatty expressed his thanks. Little Fatty's Yellow Springs phenomenon would not have been able to reach this spot before he entered the astral dragon sputum lair. It would have been difficult for him to be on the top 50 spot of the phenomenon ranking, let alone the top 20. But now Little Fatty was acknowledged by the Yellow Springs diagram. Although he had not cultivated an essence spirit and was still unable to make use of that dermic weapon from the ancient era, his Yellow Springs phenomenon underwent a complete transformation and was a far cry from before. Two people stood on the stone platform. Qin Li's eyes were bright, and suddenly, a series of horrifying images appeared behind him. Countless living beings were tied onto scorching iron poles, and smoke steamed from their sizzling, burning flesh as they struggled and held endlessly. On the other side, a gigantic stone mill appeared in the void. Millions of living beings were pulled in by the stone mill as it swiveled and crushed slowly, grounding their flesh and bones as grisly blood spilled onto the ground. Although the blood and flesh of the living beings were crushed, their consciousness was still present. In the blink of an eye, the splattered blood and flesh was reanimated and drawn into the stone mill to repeat the same process again, causing them to endure the same pain endlessly. They underwent a continuous reincarnation to repeat the same cycle over and over again. Many cultivators felt chills and mental scars when they witnessed that image. The ancient phenomenon, Limitless Hell. A series of images from hell surfaced behind Qin Li in a sinister manner. Yellow Springs. Little Fatty pointed forward with a grim expression. A surging yellow river appeared behind him with corpses and souls that floated and struggled within it. The yellow springs gushed and drowned the limitless hell behind Qin Li directly. Many of the living beings in the limitless hell obtained true relief when they entered the yellow springs, no longer subjected to the endless torment and suffering. Crack, crack, crack. The limitless hell creaked and was on the verge of collapsing. Qin Li's expression turned frightfully pale as he bolted in retreat and managed to get out of the stone platform in time. Thank you for giving in. Little Fatty let out a deep breath and closed off his golden core phenomenon before grinning brightly with cupped fists. There were only 4 ranking battles left after his. The next battle was between the sword cultivators. As the number 1 disciple of the golden core realm in Sword Sect, Hang Chun naturally had to defend the glory of his sect. The reputation of Sword Sect would definitely be affected if he was ranked below a sword cultivator of another sect or faction. This was a battle that he could not lose. Hang Chuyu believed that he would not lose either. There was no way the ancient phenomenon of Sword Sect, startling Sword Chi, would lose to this person's heavenly encompassing swords. The two of them stood on the stone platform. Before the fight even began, the perfected Lord of Sword Sect spoke. Are you willing to join Sword Sect? Many cultivators in the vicinity let out envious looks. Dugu Jian was already acknowledged by Sword Sect, one of the immortal sects, before he even fought Hang Chuyu. Sword Sect was a place of pilgrimage for all sword cultivators in the world. Countless cultivation techniques and secret skills of the Tao of the Sword in the cultivation world has been amassed by the sect throughout history. It had a wealth of knowledge. Sword Sect was the place where every single sword cultivator dreamed of reaching. On the stone platform, Dugu was expressionless as usual even after Sword Sek's invitation, and merely shook his head gently. A stir broke out amongst the crowd. They were rejected. Dugu rejected without hesitation towards an invitation of Sword Sect. Young man, let me remind you that you will only be able to comprehend the true Tao of the sword in Sword Sect. The perfected lord of Sword Sect frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before continuing. It isn't easy for you to reach your current attainments. Since you have quite a decent potential in the Tao of the sword, I can offer you another chance. Dugu gazed at the sword in his hand and merely shook his head again. It was as though there was nothing else in the world apart from the sword in his hand. He did not believe in any sect or his gentry clan. The only thing he trusted was the sword in his hand. Dugu aura did not fit in with anyone in the vicinity, and he exuded an indescribable loneliness. He was the sort of sword cultivator that was truly frightening. His thoughts were concise, and he was not distracted by anything. The perfected lord of Sword Sect was expressionless and did not say anything more. The battle commenced. Buzz! Buzz! Almost at the same time. Dugu and Hang Chiu struck at almost the same time as two unparalleled sword lights flashed through the air. They disappeared instantly at an extremely fast speed. Immediately after, two flashes of blood flickered. Both of them were injured at the same time. It was too fast. Many cultivators could not even react in time. The two sword beams deflected the moment they made contact, and both parties were already injured. Hang Chiu was struck in the right leg, and Dugu was struck on the left arm. Both their wounds were extremely deep, and their robes were stained red instantly. Their injuries even possessed an extremely strong sword chi. As such, their wounds could only recover after the sword chi was purged completely. However, neither of them had the chance in such an intense fight where they could not afford to be distracted. Sword cultivators had the most frightening killing power. A single moment of distraction could result in death. Both of them attacked once again at almost the same time. Clang! Clang! Their swords collided repeatedly in midair and let out the sounds of metal clashing as sparks flew everywhere. Their figures interweaved and only separated again after 3 seconds. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. Dozens of injuries had appeared on both their bodies. Some were deep, while others were superficial. In fact, some of them revealed the white bones beneath the flesh. Those bones were almost cut. Dugu could not defend against Hang Chiu's sword. However, Hang Chiu could not defend against Dugu ferocity as well. Both of them were drenched, and their blood chi deteriorated. If the stalemate continued, there was a chance that victory could be determined within a split second. Startling sword chi. Hang Chiu released the legacy phenomenon of Sword Sect, and a patch of sword chi gathered densely behind him. It was extremely sharp and bolted in the direction of Dugu. At the same time, Hang Chiu bit his tongue gently and spat out a stream of essence blood that splashed onto the streaks of sword chi. The power of his phenomenon surged intensely. Instantly, Hang Chiu's expression turned extremely pale. That was a secret skill of Sword Sect, and the stream of essence blood took a huge toll on one's essence chi. That was a move that he would not have used unless it was absolutely necessary. The entire void was sliced apart by the streaks of startling sword chi. Dugu barely released his heavenly encompassing swords when it was riddled with holes by the startling sword chi and shattered immediately. He's still not leaving. Many cultivators frowned. Dugu no longer had any means to fight with the dispersion of his golden core phenomenon. If he continued to linger on the stone platform, he would definitely be minced mercilessly by the startling sword chi. There was no hint of fear or intention of retreating in Dugu eyes as he faced the incoming sword chi. He seemed to have comprehended something at that moment of life and death, and the aura around him began to transform. The startling sword chi that was pushing towards Dugu Jian started turning sluggish. Hang Chuyu's eyes widened in alarm and fury. His golden core phenomenon was no longer in his control. Right in front of countless gazes, the streaks of sword chi fell in front of Dugu Jian, as though they were subdued by him. The perfected lord of sword sect yelled in shock, "All swords united!" Chapter 740. One has no competitors if he does not compete. Chapter 740. One has no competitors if he does not compete. All swords united was a supreme and invincible phenomenon of the Tao of the sword. It could suppress any other phenomenon of the Tao of the sword without fail. In the past, the Sword Emperor of Tianhuang mainland cultivated all swords united and controlled all the swords in the world. Every single sword in his path was subdued completely. Throughout history, even for cultivators of sword sect, only 10 people managed to cultivate all swords united. All 10 of them ended up as top-tier experts that ruled with dominance. On the stone platform, the power of phenomenon that belonged to Dugu Jian was initially about to disperse. However, in the blink of an eye, an even mightier power descended. Thousands of startling sword chi danced and swiveled in midair, streaking wildly with blinding streams of light in their wake. Although they were extremely sharp, they could not injure Dugu Jian at all. In fact, just as the sword chis were about to strike Dugu Jian, they changed directions agilely and wrapped around him. As he stood within the dense streaks of sword chi, Dugu Jian's edge shone brighter, and despite the hollowness in his eyes, they resembled 2 sharp swords. Hang Chuyu's pupils constricted as he sensed danger. Not good. He was alarmed internally and released the sword escape technique of his sect without hesitation to speed out of the stone platform. Shoo! A bedazzling sword beam flashed instantly. Hang Chuyu's figure vanished from the stone platform. The speed of his movement technique was truly startling. Some of the super sects in the cultivation world would possess secret escape techniques. Previously, Su Cheng released the escape technique of Zephyr Thunder Palace, Zephyr Thunder Escape, to flee from Su Zimo's grasp. Some of the top-tier secret escape techniques could match and even surpass the speed of nascent souls during the short burst. Blood Escape, which Su Zimo had cultivated, was one of them as well. Clang, clang, clang. Under Dugu Jian's control, thousands of startling sword chi streaked through the air and pierced the location where Hang Chuyu stood, leaving sword scars on the ground. Victory was already decided the moment Hang Chuyu exited the stone platform. For paragons of that level, it was almost impossible to kill them if they were bent on escaping. Dugu Jian leaped down from the stone platform in silence. The perfected lord of sword sect frowned slightly and gazed at Dugu Jian's back in deep thought. It was down to the final 3 ranking battles. Next up was Monk Jian Kong and Ming Jian. Monk Yuan Kong looked down at Ming Jian from above and asked all of a sudden, "Ming Jian, where did you obtain the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra?" Ming Jian frowned and did not reply immediately. Although he wasn't experienced in worldly affairs, he was no fool. Monk Wei Fu of Diamond Monastery at the side looked down with a burning gaze. He channeled a Sanskrit sound technique of the Buddhist monasteries and asked loudly, like a bell, "Ming Jian, let me ask you, what are the 5 precepts of Buddhism?" Ming Jian said deeply with a stern expression, "No killing, no stealing, no adultery, no lies, and no intoxication." "All right." Monk Wei Fu nodded. "Since you understand that you should not lie, you know that you aren't allowed to tell falsehoods and rubbish. Let me ask you, where did you obtain the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra, and who taught it to you?" Monk Ian Lu frowned. It was obvious that monks Wei Fu and Yuan Kong harbored designs on the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra. However, monk Wei Fu was shrewd and brought out the 5 precepts of Buddhism to push Mingjin to a dead end before coercing the latter to reveal the secret behind the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra. Monk Wei Fu was in fact warning Mingjin that a monk should not lie. Mingjin replied deeply with a calm expression regarding the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra. At that point, he paused suddenly. Notwithstanding monks Yuan Kong and Wei Fu, even the other nascent souls perked their ears in secret and awaited Mingjin's answer eagerly. If they could obtain any useful hint or clue within his words, they might be able to find the countless cultivation techniques and secret skills left behind by Fahua Monastery. Hurry and speak, monk Yuan Kong urged. Where is the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra? Mingjin clasped his palms and replied earnestly, monks should not engage in falsehoods. Regarding the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra, I don't wish to talk about it. Silence overwhelmed their surroundings. You! The faces of monks Yuan Kong and Wei Fu froze instantly. What did he mean that he did not wish to talk about it? No matter how much the two of them schemed, they had not expected that reply from Mingjin. Little Fox could not help but let out a stifled chuckle. Indeed, Mingjin did not lie. It was just because he did not wish to speak about it. His simple reply resolved the troubling question posed by the 2 perfected lords of the Buddhist monasteries. What a glib tongue indeed! Monk Yuan Kong said with a blackened expression, Jian Kong, teach this young monk a lesson and show him the true capabilities of the Buddhist monasteries. Monk Jian Kong nodded, and his gaze towards Mingjin turned colder. Young monk, defeat him. Ji Qingtian, Little Fatty, and the others were cheering for Mingjin. Su Zimo said nothing. He was not worried about that battle. Mingjin inherited the legacy of 2 super sects, Fahua and Daming monasteries. At the very least, nobody on the same level could compare to him in terms of their understanding of Buddhism and their capabilities from the Buddhist monasteries. On the stone platform, monk Jian Kong did not hesitate and released his golden core phenomenon right away. Boom! In midair, a gigantic Buddhist pagoda descended slowly with a terrifying might. It gave off a bright brilliance, as though it could suppress all evil. There were a total of 7 floors to the pagoda, and each of them was etched with dizzying Sanskrit words. The 7-floor pagoda. A pagoda was a Buddhist tower. In the Buddhist monasteries, the 7-floor pagoda was utmost. There were 3 levels to this legacy phenomenon of Hollow Monastery, the 3-floor, 5-floor, and the strongest 7-floor pagoda. Throughout history, only monks that possessed great wisdom in Buddhism could cultivate the 7-floor pagoda. Monk Jian Kong assumed a lotus position, and his hands shifted repeatedly to form seals. Streams of Buddha light made with spirit energy shot out from his fingertips and surged into the 7-floor pagoda. The 7-floor pagoda shone brightly. Amamiam. As the 7-floor pagoda descended, Buddhist proclamations sounded from within. It stirred one's mind such that they would want to prostrate and pay respects unconsciously. If that was the case for the cultivators watching in the vicinity, the pressure on Mingjin was imaginable. Amit Ba. Mingjin had a calm expression and lowered his head slightly. He clasped his palms together before exclaiming a Buddhist proclamation softly. Behind him, a green lotus surfaced and blossomed softly with a bright Buddha light that seemed as though it could cleanse the world of all evil. The green lotus rose slowly and stopped the descent of the 7-floor pagoda. Creak, creak. While there was no earth-shaking explosion from the collision of the 2 great phenomenons of Buddhism, the entire stone platform creaked. While the 7-floor pagoda was strong, it could not do anything to that pure and flawless green lotus. Monk Jian Kong's eyes widened and his features began to contort as he continued imbuing with spirit energy. Ming Zhen's palms were clasped together as he chanted Buddhist sutras softly with a lowered head. It looked as though he was undergoing a normal day of cultivation at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Su Zimo said softly, Jian Kong lost. Jian Kong desired the win too badly. Because of that, his mental state became disadvantaged instead. However, Ming Zhen maintained his normal composure. To compete or not to compete. One has no competitors if he does not compete. The difference between them was clear. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The 7th-floor pagoda had already fallen, but the green lotus was still there. Monk Jian Kong collapsed onto the stone platform with a pale expression. Ming Zhen rose and merely raised his head slightly to express a humble thanks before making his leave calmly. Chapter 741, Final Battle. Chapter 741, Final Battle. There were only 2 ranking battles remaining. The top 4 of the phenomenon ranking was going to be determined with the 2 battles. The next battle was between Rin Tu of Azura Sect and Su Qing of Zephyr Thunder Palace. The fight between them was even more intense. Both of them were almost representative of the peak of the Golden Core realm for the mortal and fiend sections. After 1,000 years, there was finally another cultivator from Azura Sect who managed to fuse Corpse Mountain and Blood Sea together and burst forth with a frightening might. At the same time, Su Qing was also one of the few paragons in Zephyr Thunder Palace that managed to cultivate the apocalyptic 5 thunders. Both of them possessed a myriad of cultivation techniques and secret skills from the Tao of the Immortals and Fiends. Lightning flashed in a blinding manner, and the blood sea raged with a torrential blood stench on the stone platform. The power of thunder was the most effective counter against evil and fiends. However, Ren Tu's fiend techniques were way too terrifying, and there were at least thousands of vengeful souls circling him with a sinister aura. Even the power of thunder could not purge them completely. Both of them had met a strong foe. It was only after a grueling duel when they were both almost exhausted that Ren Tu stood out with a slight edge to claim victory. The end of that battle meant that the ranking of the new phenomenon ranking was almost entirely determined. There was only one last battle left. All eyes were on this. It was destined that among the 2 of them, one person was going to leave an unparalleled mark in history today. Di-In opened his eyes with a deep gaze. As though he had fused into the universe, his aura became chaotic, ethereal, and unfathomable. He rested with his eyes closed throughout the entire ranking battle earlier on and was not bothered to watch. Be it Monk Jian Kong, Ming Zhen, Ren Tu, Su Cheng, or anyone else, their fights were not worthy of his time. It was only at that moment that Di-In rose slowly. An ancient aura of a lord overlooking the world was exuded, and the cultivators present felt their hearts skip a beat. Even people the likes of Ren Tu and Su Qing frowned at the sight of Di-In at that moment as a feeling of uncontrollable defeat surged into their hearts. It was way too scary. Before he even attacked, the pressure he exerted on everyone in the vicinity was already this terrifying. Not many people have witnessed Di-In fight ever since he obtained the top spot of the phenomenon ranking 100 years ago. That was because there were not many cultivators that were worthy of him fighting. To think that a monster incarnate would appear out of thin air 20 years ago and similar to him left a name on the ancient phenomenon stele that would last through eternity. Be careful. Lin Xuanji reminded with a voice transmission. I heard from seniors in my sect that he is not only terrifyingly talented, he is even blessed with great fortune. He managed to obtain a legacy of the Golden Core realm, left behind by the human emperor in a ruin. It is said that this legacy of the Golden Core realm is complete and is superior to many secret skills, spirit arts, and even body tempering techniques of Glass Palace and Overlord Palace. He is definitely not inferior to you in melee combat. Su Zimo nodded silently. Lin Xuanji was not wrong. They had a short melee combat exchange previously at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, resulting in broken bones and light injuries for the both of them. Up till this point of Su Zimo's cultivation, Di'in was the only one who could defend and even undo a killing move of the mystic classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness. However, that was 10 years ago. Su Zimo's golden core had not fully recovered 10 years ago. He was also not at the perfected stage for his inner core. For the past 10 years, he took in the spirit water at the backyard of the old temple continuously, and his body was refined further to a terrifying degree. After he entered the ancient battlefield, he obtained the refinement of the electric pool in the astral dragon sputum lair, and right now, his inner core was already at the perfected stage. Su Zimo believed that if he channeled his golden core and inner core at the same time and released his blood chi together, the amount of power was something that even Di'in, who had obtained the legacy of the human emperor, would not be able to endure. Right then, Di'in turned around slowly. He gazed at Su Zimo, who was not far away, and said slowly, "I'll let you accomplish something. Among the paragons that leave their names on the ancient phenomenon stele, you will be the one that dies the fastest." Confidence. That confidence came from his 100 unrivaled years. A tremendous pressure gushed over. When it reached Su Zimo, it dissipated silently into emptiness. Su Zimo had a calm expression and replied indifferently, "I have the same intentions as well." Di'in smiled in disdain and flashed. Su Zimo leaped at almost the same time, and the two of them arrived on the stone platform. "I'll make one thing clear beforehand." Suddenly, perfected Lord Hun spoke. "This phenomenon ranking belongs to the human race. I don't care if you're a demon or just someone who has cultivated demonic cultivation techniques. I forbid you from using any means available to demons. If you dare use any of them, I'll kill you personally." Perfected Lord Hun said the last sentence with a cold, murderous aura. Perfected Lord Yu Jun frowned slightly. With that, the battle became unfavorable for Su Zimo. How long could Su Zimo last in Di'in's hands after his demonic capabilities? Perfected Lord Yu Jun wanted to speak, but stopped. Although he wanted to help, he could not refute perfected Lord Han Yi's words. After all, this was a fight for the phenomenon ranking. If someone chose to compete for the phenomenon ranking using means of the demon race, it would definitely be somewhat inappropriate and incur objections. Su Zimo, if you disagree, we can forfeit this battle. Perfected Lord Yu Jun said deeply, "The rewards for the second place of the phenomenon ranking are decent as well." Su Zimo could tell that Perfected Lord Yu Jun had his interests at heart. Perfected Lord Yu Jun was worried that half of Su Zimo's combat strength would be crippled without access to his demonic capabilities. He might be killed by Di'in on the stone platform without a chance to even escape. "Su Zimo, are you afraid? Are you thinking of running?" Di'in's eyes were filled with mockery. "Escape?" Su Zimo sneered and said slowly, "I can still suppress you even without demonic capabilities." "Well, well, well." Di'in's eyes shone as he nodded. "Let's see what you have to suppress me." Swash! No one saw how Di'in exerted his strength, but in a flash he appeared right in front of Su Zimo. They were dozens of feet apart, but he closed in instantly at an extremely fast speed. Splash! The sound of Di'in's blood flow echoed from within his body like a raging tide. Tsunami blood. That was the highest realm of the power of bloodline. Even Shi Wuya of Glass Palace and Pang Yu of Overlord Palace, who specialized in body tempering, were not at that level. Swoosh! A gigantic fist flew out and expanded gradually. A torrential power crushed forward as though it could destroy all living things. The air current in the void was compressed to its limits and became incomparably scorching. "They've begun." So fast! To think that it's a melee combat fight. A series of exclamations broke out from the crowd. All the cultivators knew that melee combat was the most dangerous. For paragons and monster incarnates of that level, a split second was all that was required to secure victory in a melee combat fight. A split second was the difference between life and death. All the cultivators present watched with widened eyes and did not dare to blink, afraid that they might miss out on anything in that brief moment. Little Fatty and the others tensed up subconsciously as well, with nervous expressions on their faces. They did not know whether Sue Zimmo could defend against the frighteningly powerful attacks of Dean without his demonic capabilities. Chapter 742 Great Chaos Essence Palm. Chapter 742 Great Chaos Essence Palm. Instinctively, Sue Zimmo wanted to release a killing move of the mystic classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness, Sanguine Ape Fruit Offering, when he was faced with a punch with a torrential might that resembled an emperor looking down on the world. This was his combat instinct. Combat instinct was for someone to make the right call and judgment through muscle memory. Although one might be in a blank state of mind at the moment of an enemy's attack, their bodies can react without thinking. At many times, it wasn't because someone could not see the attacks of their enemies. It was because it was too late by the time they thought about how to deal with the attack or dodge it. Their talent in melee combat relied entirely on their instincts. However, Sue Zimmo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly recalled that Sanguine Ape Fruit Offering was a killing move from the mystic classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness and was considered as a technique of demons. At this point of his cultivation, Sue Zimmo had cultivated the killing moves in the mystic classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness to a point where he was mentally and physically harmonized with it in a mysterious manner. If the bystanders were to close their eyes instead of Sue Zimmo, they would witness a sanguine ape demon king with a torrential blood stench and killing intent in their minds instead of Sue Zimmo. Perfected Lord Han E and the others would definitely attack him. That single thought caused Sue Zimmo to hesitate, and his aura was disadvantaged instantly. He did not have time to counterattack and could only defend passively. In that flustered moment, Sue Zimmo merely managed to prop his arms up. By then, Dean's fist had already descended. Bang! Their flesh and bones collided. Thud! Sue Zimmo's bloodline gushed, and he staggered a step back. Up till this point of his cultivation, Sue Zimmo had been in many fights and overwhelmed countless strong foes. However, this was the first time that someone could knock him back in melee combat. He lost the initiative with a single distracted thought. A monster incarnate like Dean would definitely not let that opportunity slip. Dean strode forward and hurled his arms, smashing down like a steel whip violently on Sue Zimmo. The wind howled. Sue Zimmo had a calm expression that had no trace of panic. His bloodline surged with the sound of raging tides as his bones crackled. Swoosh! Sue Zimmo threw out a punch along Dean's arm. A ball of blinding light was released by that punch. 6 spirit patterns, a connate spirit weapon. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. That connate spirit glove was obtained by Sue Zimmo from the Glass Palace cultivators he destroyed early on when he entered the ancient battlefield. No matter how strong or tough Dean's body or arm was, he could not withstand the impact of a connate spirit weapon. Dean's lips curled and a mocking look flashed through his eyes. Just as his arm was about to make contact with the connate spirit weapon, Dean changed tactics and spread his arms. His fist opened up, and he slapped down on Sue Zimmo's head with his palm. Cripple! Dean roared with a murderous intent. Sue Zimmo's expression changed. There was a powerful mincing force from Dean's palm. It was like a gigantic mill that suppressed Sue Zimmo's fist at the bottom, swiveling, suppressing, and mincing continuously. In fact, the energy it gave off had already penetrated the surface of the glove and was acting on Su Zimo's fist directly. Su Zimo could clearly feel his fist and arm being pushed down by a gigantic mill, but he could not break free at all. Great Chaos Essence Palm. In the crowd below, Lin Xuanji murmured softly with a grim expression. The Great Chaos Essence Palm was a secret skill unique to Chaos Essence Sect and was extremely frightening. At its limit, a single palm strike was enough to split mountains. Cultivators that wore Khanate-grade defensive spirit weapons would appear fine on the surface. However, their organs would be ruptured into sludge, killing them completely. The Great Chaos Essence Palm ground through everything. Even a Khanate spirit energy could not withstand the grinding power of the Great Chaos Essence Palm. Thud! Su Zimo staggered another step back and shrugged his arm gently, secretly alarmed. If he had not released Tidal Might at the very last moment, his arm would have been crippled and he would have been severely injured after that exchange. Su Zimo had not procrastinated for the past few years after the Azura, Yen Beichin, imparted to him the Tidal Manual. There were a total of 9 levels to Tidal Might. Right now, Su Zimo was at level 3. Di-Yin was even more alarmed. Under normal circumstances, there was no way Su Zimo would be able to defend the instant he changed tactics during their fight and released the Great Chaos Essence Palm. However, the moment they collided, 3 layers of power surged forth from Su Zimo's fist, resembling crushing tides. That power was the thing that dispersed the grinding power of his Great Chaos Essence Palm. There was no time for him to ponder deeper about that question during a fight. Now that Di-Yin had the initiative and a tremendous aura, there was no way he was going to give up on his superior position as he charged forward once again. He extended his arm and crushed down on Su Zimo once more. Bang! 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 The dull thuds of their collisions sounded repeatedly. Di-Yin pushed in continuously. Su Zimo was forced back endlessly. Back at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, Di-Yin revealed his frightening talent in melee combat and even managed to cancel out killing moves of the mystic classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness in succession. Now that Su Zimo was unable to make use of his demonic techniques, his strength was significantly reduced, and he could not release many melee combat killing moves as well. He was hard-pressed to reverse the situation in that short period of time and was suppressed by Di-Yin constantly. He could be killed at any moment. Sigh, the difference between them is too great. To think that Di-Yin would suppress Su Zimo right from the start of the battle. Su Zimo is completely helpless. That's right, the only thing that remains is how long Su Zimo can survive. Although he has the title of the strongest monster incarnate in history, he is still inferior compared to Di-Yin. Actually, the situation can be considered rather decent. The fact that Su Zimo is able to withstand so many attacks from Di-Yin is already proof of his strength. The crowd discussed. Little Fatty and the others had grim, nervous expressions and their bodies were strung tensely, afraid that something might happen to Su Zimo. Relax. At the side, Lin Xuanji was extremely calm as he pointed to the 2 people on the stone platform. Take a good look. Although Zimo seems disadvantaged and has been on the retreat, there aren't any signs of his defeat. This still remains an extremely close fight. On the stone platform, Di-Yin's flurry of attacks was getting faster and more intense. His agility was frighteningly fast as he flickered left and right. His palm technique was even more terrifying as hundreds of afterimages from his palm rained down from above and all directions, pushing toward Su Zimo. Su Zimo had a calm expression. Although he was on the retreat, the glint in his eyes merely intensified. Even without his demonic capabilities, he had many trump cards still. Pa. All of a sudden, a Sanskrit word boomed without warning. Su Zimo uttered Sanskrit and clasped his palms together. His forefingers made contact while his other forefingers intercrossed into a mysterious spirit seal. After he conjured that spirit seal, Su Zimo stopped retreating instantly. It was as though roots had grown beneath his feet that connected him with the stone platform. His body was unshakable like a mountain. Di-in shuddered. His bloodline and spirit energy was interrupted by that Sanskrit word, and there was a momentary sluggishness. At the same time, his great chaos essence palm was slightly affected as well. Above the clouds, the expressions of several nascent souls from the Buddhist sects changed as they exclaimed, "Immovable foundation seal!" Even monk Inlu let out a beguiled expression as he muttered softly, "How is that possible?" Chapter 743, Trump Cards. Chapter 743, Trump Cards. The immovable foundation seal was a top-tier dermic seal from the Daming True Sutra of the Buddhist monasteries. However, the Daming True Sutra was lost along with the annihilation of Daming Monastery. To think the world-cleansing, green lotus phenomenon of Fa Hua Monastery was not the only thing that reappeared during this phenomenon ranking. A lost, dermic seal of Daming Monastery was here as well. Monk Yuan Kong, Monk Wei Fu, and a few other nascent souls of the Buddhist monasteries exchanged bright glances. The immovable foundation seal possessed an extremely frightening defensive capability when it was released together with the Daming mantra, rooting a foundation to the ground like an immovable mountain. When Di-in's great chaos essence palm landed on Su Zimo, streams of divinely Buddha light were triggered and a tremendous amount of energy was reflected. Su Zimo did not budge at all. As for Di-in, his torrential flurry of attacks paused momentarily. Su Zimo's eyes lit up and his lips moved as he uttered another Sanskrit word. Ma. The Sanskrit rang throughout the world. At the same time, he reached out with his palm, and another Buddhist dermic seal was formed as spirit energy gushed. A bright golden palm appeared in midair with outstretched fingers, resembling a jail that moved to imprison Di-in. It was one of the Daming dermic seals, immortal trap seal. Even immortals could be trapped by that dermic seal. Su Zimo managed to stabilize the situation with the immovable foundation seal and counterattacked for the first time. Di-in was expressionless, and the muscles on his ears twitched, causing them to close sinisterly in the direction of his cheeks. The sound of the outside world was entirely blocked off. With that, the power of the Daming mantra decreased significantly right away. Annihilation soared chi against the incoming gigantic golden palm of the immortal trap seal. Di-in let out a long howl and his fingers shuffled to create a hand seal, causing a gray, hazy stream of sword chi to burst forth from his fingertip. The sword chi streaked through the air and devoured the life and spirit chi in the voids completely. That's a secret skill of the human emperor. As the current generation's legacy disciple of Enigma Palace, Lin Xuanji was knowledgeable and recognized the background of that sword chi right away. Di-in has indeed obtained the legacy of the human emperor. Sizzle. A jarring sound was released as the sword chi glided across the golden palm. Instantly, a gray scar appeared in the middle of the palm. Boom! The golden palm was sliced into two parts by that sword chi. Is that all you've got? Di-in sneered. Before his laughter stopped, he was overwhelmed by the deafening sounds of sword chi blanketing the air. Clang! Clang! Streams of sword chi streaked one after another through the void in a blinding manner. There are 27 flying swords, and all of them were at supreme grade. Furthermore, each individual sword shone with blinding lightning with electric currents that coiled around them in an extraordinary manner. The flying swords followed a unique trajectory and left scars in midair, rapidly forming an extremely sharp formation. Ah, to think that it's a sword formation! Who would have expected that Su Zimo had that up his sleeves? In the crowd, the paragon of ancient array sect gazed at the stone platform, frowning in deep thoughts. although the gleam from the sword formation was so frightening, he could not identify its origin. "Have a taste of my capabilities as well." Su Zimo shouted and controlled the level 3 illumination sword formation, engulfing it over Dean. Sword chi buzzed and swiveled endlessly in midair like a blazing sun. It gave off a destructive aura as though it could rip everything apart. Oem. Ma. Sanskrit sounded once more. Both Su Zimo's hands shuffled to form different spirit seals, and his golden core spun. Spirit energy gushed, forming a halo with a saintly glow behind his head. The Fiend Suppression Seal and Demon Subduing Seal. 2 other Daming Dermic Seals appeared at the same time. 2 gigantic golden palms surfaced and crushed Dean from 2 different directions. It was not over yet. After he released the 2 dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries, Su Zimo channeled a mental technique and gestured as though he was hugging a ball in the air in front of him. A flare burst forth in his palms, and a fireball was gathered. "Go!" Su Zimo pointed forward. The humongous fireball bolted forward, and the temperature in the void climbed rapidly. While it was in midair, the fireball suddenly exploded into dozens of fist-sized fireballs, raining down like a fire rain of a spewing volcano. Instant thunder. Dark clouds lined up above Dian's head and spun continuously, forming a gigantic, pitch-black vortex. Lightning flashed, thunder crackled, and the entire world spun. A thunderbolt thicker than a water bucket struck down ferociously towards Dian. Shocking, horrifying, incomparable. At that moment, more than 100,000 cultivators beneath the stone platform and the 17 nascent souls were dumbstruck, with shock in their eyes. Nobody expected Su Zimo's counterattack to be this domineering, sharp, ferocious, and suffocating. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo released multiple spirit arts and secret skills. Apart from the sword formation, there were even lost secret skills of the Buddhist monasteries, fire spirit arts and thunder spirit arts that Zephyr Thunder Palace specialized in. Rin Tu, Su Qing, and everyone else watched with widened eyes. If they had to face such a terrifying attack, they would only be able to escape if they released their golden core phenomenon. Di narrowed his eyes without a trace of panic in them. Slash. He controlled Annihilation Sword Chi and struck the core of Illumination Sword Formation. That was the brightest spot of the sword formation and also its weakest point. Instantly, Illumination sword formation shattered. Annihilation sword chi dimmed lifelessly and dissipated from the world as well. Mountain support technique. Dean shuffled his hands rapidly and conjured a spirit art, creating 2 spirit mountains that towered into the clouds in front of him that shielded him from the 2 dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries. Bang! Bang! The 2 dermic seals collided against the spirit mountains and let out deafening explosions. Extinguish! Dean opened his mouth, and a terrifying air current transformed into a cyclone in midair, extinguishing the incoming fireballs. Pissed, all the cultivators gasped when they saw that. This was beyond the scope of spirit arts and secret skills. Even if everyone present had the method of cultivating that secret skill, none of them would be able to do it. It required an extremely powerful lung, without the support of an immensely strong bloodline and organs. One's lungs would explode if they released that secret skill. The only thing that troubled Dean was instant thunder. It was too fast. Dean did not have time to conjure a spirit art and secret skill to defend against it. He raised his head. His pupils constricted swiftly like a round moon that was being devoured, leaving nothing but a pair of crescent moons surrounded by a milky white shade. His visual technique, Eclipse Eye. 2 cold beams shone in Dean's eyes. Right in front of everyone, the thick thunderbolt that descended from midair was sliced apart by the 2 cold beams, turning into pieces that sizzled wildly. That was the power of visual techniques. A frightening burst of killing power could be released with just a pair of eyes. Dean released secret skills in succession and defended the entirety of Su Zimo's frightening attack. For the cultivators watching below, it felt as though the world had opened up. Well, well, well. Dean nodded repeatedly with a cold gaze that did not conceal his killing intent and shouted, "There has never been a cultivator who could force me to use my spirit weapon in 100 years. You're the first." Chapter 744, Great Qian Imperial Seal. Chapter 744, Great Qian Imperial Seal. For 100 years, Diyin's palms were enough to suppress everyone of the same cultivation realm. In fact, his palms could snap and crush supreme-grade spirit weapons with ease. Even perfect spirit weapons could barely hurt him. If any cultivator brought out a connate spirit weapon, he could avoid it with his many combat skills and kill his opponent. But now, against Su Zimo's ferocious attacks, Diyin could not hold it in any longer. He slapped his storage bag, and an imperial seal appeared in his palm. It looked extraordinary, and a glow swiveled around it. "Go!" He pushed forward, and the imperial seal flew from his hand. It expanded rapidly in midair like a gigantic mountain and gave off an extremely frightening might that conquered everything around it. A sentence was etched beneath the imperial seal: "The emperor shall live a long and prosperous life with the mandate of the heavens." Ah, that looks like the heirloom imperial seal of the Great Qian Empire. There's no mistake, that's it. To think that this treasure would end up in Diyin's hands after the destruction of the Great Qian Empire. There's no doubt that this man is born to be an emperor and possess great fortune. The heirloom imperial seal was made from a natural jade rock that absorbed the spirit chi of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. There were 6 spirit patterns on the surface of the jade rock by nature. Later on, a weapon refinement grandmaster gave it a light touch-up, and it became the heirloom imperial seal. Legend has it that the imperial seal was kept in the palace of the Great Qian Empire to undergo the baptism of dragon vein chi. The emperor of Great Qian carried it wherever he went, and as time went by, the might of an emperor was nurtured in the imperial seal. Although the imperial seal was made from a piece of jade, it was extremely tough and could snap metal and suppress all living beings. This was a true weapon that supported a nation. Back when the Great Qian Empire was destroyed and the 4 vassal states of each direction rose, flames of war raged on everywhere. Every single vassal state wanted to get their hands on this heirloom imperial seal of the Great Qian Empire. It was even said that whoever possessed the heirloom imperial seal could rebuild a new domineering empire to rule through history. Even now, when the North region is split into 4, for the past 10,000 years, the Great Zhou, Great Shang, Great Xia, and Great Yu dynasties never gave up on their search for the heirloom imperial seal. Unfortunately, it was all to no avail. To think that the Great Qian imperial seal would be in Diyin's hands. "Kneel!" Diyin shouted with a bright gaze. The Great Qian imperial seal descended slowly, and a massive empire was conjured around the imperial seal. It crushed down with the might that could support an entire nation. Su Zimo was expressionless and slapped his storage bag, causing a gigantic seal to appear in his palms. His seal was squarish and golden with a divine dragon coiling above it in a lifelike manner. This is... Above the clouds, the expressions of many nascent souls changed as they could not help but turn towards the aura given off by the gigantic seal. Diyin frowned slightly. Even in the battlefield, he could clearly sense the power contained by the gigantic golden seal. That power had not been released just yet. However, there was a probability that it was not inferior to the Great Qian imperial seal once it was released. What was that thing that had the power to contend against the Great Qian imperial seal? That should be a treasure in the human emperor's palace. Although Lin Xuanji had not seen the coiling dragon seal before, he could roughly guess where it was from. There was truly nothing much that could compare to the Great Qian Imperial Seal in terms of might. A treasure of the human emperor was definitely one of them. No matter what, the owner of the Great Qian Imperial Seal was merely the emperor of Great Qian. However, the owner of the Coiling Dragon Seal was the legendary human emperor. "You want me to kneel?" Su Zimo sneered and propped up the Coiling Dragon Seal, injecting spirit energy into it. Whoosh! 6 spirit lights shone in a bedazzling manner. The divine dragon that was initially coiled above the seal seemed to have awoken as it opened its eyes suddenly. It gave off a shuddering aura that seemed as though it could crush the voids and suppress all living beings. Roar! A dragon roar sounded. The coiling dragon seal flew from his hand and turned into a golden streak of light, smashing violently into the Great Qian Imperial Seal. Boom! There was a deafening sound. Streaks of resplendent lights could be seen from the collision point. Golden light spilled everywhere as a dragon danced in the air. The Great Qian Imperial Seal was suppressed and trembled endlessly by the coiling dragon seal. The glow around the jade dimmed significantly. However, the Great Qian Imperial Seal was a connate spirit weapon after all. Although the coiling dragon seal was strong, it could not suppress the former within a short period of time. The killing intent in Di Yin's eyes deepened after his moves were cancelled by Su Zimo one after another. He swiped his storage bag and withdrew 2 cold truncheons that were made of mystical metal. That's the weapon that Di Yin used 100 years ago. It's a connate spirit weapon called the Extreme Frost Truncheons. Lin Xuanji said deeply. A mighty figure of Chaos Essence sect headed to the depths of the North Pole, personally to retrieve the frost ores. He had a weapon, Refinement Grandmaster of 100 Refinement sect, refine them into the truncheons. 4 foot in length and 10,000 pounds in weight, it can split mountains. Demonist G nodded as well. In the ancient battlefield 100 years ago, countless weapons were destroyed by the pair of extreme frost truncheons. There were many paragons that died to them as well. Kill! In a flash, Di Yin charged before Su Zimo, wielding the extreme frost truncheons in his hands. Swash! A frost wave descended from midair. The air in the surroundings froze almost instantly. Against the shroud of the extreme frost truncheons, Su Zimo could clearly sense his bloodline and spirit energy churning with a tinge of sluggishness. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. Even he was affected given his physique, bloodline, and the quality of his golden core. If it was anybody else, their spirit energy and bloodline would freeze up the moment they made contact with the truncheons. Su Zimo channeled his bloodline, and the sound of a tsunami surged from within his body. His golden core spun wildly. He swiped his storage bag, and blood quencher appeared in his hands. Countercurrent. Swoosh! The sound of a raging tide burst forth as a blood beam shone brightly and surged in reverse. Su Zimo did not retreat at all against Di Yin's attack. Instead, he made a powerful counterattack and released countercurrent from the sea calming manual. When he released his saber technique, it was as though waters from the sea had appeared in a massive manner. The frost from the extreme frost truncheons could freeze rivers and lakes, but it could not freeze a boundless ocean. Tsunami blood. Spirit energy was released relentlessly with a tidal might. His saber force resembled an ocean. The extreme frost truncheons could not freeze his bloodline, spirit energy, or saber technique. Clang! Blood quencher collided violently against the extreme frost truncheons. Crack! 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 A layer of frost appeared on blood quencher's blade and spread toward Su Zimo's palm that was on the handle. I'll destroy it even if it's a connate spirit weapon. Di Yin smirked with a cold gaze. Not necessarily. Su Zimo was expressionless as he swiped his palm gently across the saber's blade. A streak of fresh blood splashed onto the blade. It was scorching hot. Buzz! As though it was triggered, Blood Quencher suddenly became excited. It quivered and buzzed endlessly as its blood beam expanded and stripped away the frost on its blade. The reason why Blood Quencher was able to evolve to become a connate spirit weapon was because it was soaked and refined in the blood of countless experts in the backyard of the old temple at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Blood Quencher was a ferocious weapon. It was extremely bloodthirsty. The stronger the bloodline, the more excited it was. Now that it tasted Su Zimo's blood, it instantly released a terrifying power. Blood chi emanated and managed to envelope the extreme frost truncheons. The extreme frost truncheons could not even freeze that blood chi. However, that was merely the start of Su Zimo's counterattack. Chapter 745, Chaos Ocean. Chapter 745, Chaos Ocean. A blood beam exploded from Blood Quencher, and it let out a torrential ferocity after consuming Su Zimo's blood. Su Zimo pushed forward, and his saber force transformed after the steely tough countercurrent. Blood Quencher moved in from a tricky angle and stabbed below Di Yin's ribs. At the same time, Di Yin felt his vision blur. A fiendish phantom shifted, and the shuddering sounds of ghosts wailing sounded beside his ears. Azura Saber. The saber technique that supported Azura Sect. Most of the cultivators present were paragons of their respective sects and recognized the origin of that saber technique right away. Is that even real, or is it just resembling the form of Azura Saber? Resembling the form? How can it be fake when the saber force of Azura Saber was already out? He has clearly obtained the legacy of Azura Saber. Rin Tu's expression was terrible. Although he was a paragon of Azura Sect and even managed to fuse Corpse Mountain and Blood Sea, his cultivation of Azura Saber was not at that level. In other words, it meant that Azura Saber was even stronger in Su Zimo's hands than it was in his. The nascent soul of Azura Sect knitted his brows tightly. Azura Saber was the saber technique that was used to support Azura Sect and would never be imparted to outsiders. Where did Su Zimo learn it from? Furthermore, by the looks of it, it was clear that he had truly obtained its legacy. Azura Sect sure is generous to impart Azura Saber to an outsider. Perfected Lord Hun glared at the perfected Lord of Azura Sect and said coldly. He, Perfected Lord Tianming of Zephyr Thunder Palace, gave an odd chuckle. We don't even know if he's a human just yet. If he turns out to be a demon, Azura Sect will definitely be the enemy of everyone in the world for colluding with demons. To hell with you. The perfected Lord of Azura Sect was already frustrated when he saw that his sect's secret skill was leaked. When he heard those people from the immortal sects try and pin the blame on him, he could not help but lash out at them. We can talk about this in the future. Everyone, let us just watch the battle. Perfected Lord Yu Jun finally spoke and interrupted the argument between the few nascent souls. The tides on the battlefield were slowly shifting. After Blood Quencher, Su Zimo released 2 top-tier saber techniques, Azura Saber and the Sea Calming Manual, perfectly. There was no sign of conflict between the 2 saber techniques of the distinctly different Immortal and Fiend Daos. One moment, it was righteous raging tides that surged forward with a steely intent. The next moment, there were chilling white bones from hell that gave off a sinister aura. His movements were natural and filled with imagination. Although Su Zimo could not use his demonic capabilities, he had 2 top-tier saber techniques of the Immortal and Fiend Daos. No other cultivator in the same realm could compare against him in saber mastery. Coupled with a killing weapon like Blood Quencher, his strength was even more frightening. Su Zimo released his saber force and pushed forward, suppressing Di Yin completely. Di Yin could only defend passively. Furthermore, he looked like he was in a pathetic state as he defended desperately. With his extreme frost truncheons, Di Yin's physique and power of bloodline was definitely not inferior to Su Zimo. However, He was drowned by corpse mountain blood sea, azura white bones and malevolent ghosts all around him. The deafening sound of a tsunami echoed around him and rattled his mind. That saber technique was enough to shake the mind of a cultivator. If it was a cultivator with a weak resolve, he would definitely reveal an opening and be slashed down by Suzimo. Dean retreated continuously, and his eclipse eyes shimmered darkly. He kept a clear mind and swung both truncheons to create ice walls around him. Cling! Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang incessantly, and sparks flew as blood quencher collided against the extreme frost truncheons. The two monster incarnates were in an earth-shaking battle on the stone platform. The spirit art's secret skills and countless combat skills released by the two of them during the fight broadened the perspective of the cultivators watching below, and they benefited immensely. Little Fatty and the others watched fixedly with tense expressions, nervous the entire time. Although Suzimo was in the lead right now, the outcome was still not determined. This was not the limit to Di-Yin's strength and terror. To think that Suzimo could actually push Di-Yin to such a state. By the looks of things, he might truly be able to overpower Di-Yin. He will break down the legend and become the top of the phenomenon ranking as the new #1 perfected being. On the stone platform, the frequency of Suzimo's attacks increased as he tightened his saber force and restricted Di-Yin's available space continuously. Di-Yin's eyes were fuming with a repressed rage. Initially, he thought that he would be able to suppress Suzimo with ease. To think that he would be forced to such a state by the latter. Ah! Di-Yin roared into the skies and released a shuddering aura. The void around him quaked, and the stone platform creaked loudly. Against the suppression of the aura, Suzimo's initial relentless saber force dissipated. It could not defend against the aura. Ah! Cries of surprises came from the crowd. Many cultivators felt goosebumps on their bodies. It was a golden core phenomenon. That was the aura of a golden core phenomenon. The legendary phenomenon of the human emperor was finally going to reappear. An ocean appeared behind Di-Yin, riding above darkness and light. It was chaotic, dusky, and rumbled intensely. Light, darkness, wind, fire, or thunder that approached the ocean were all devoured by it completely and vanished. Dimensional space was not existent in that chaotic ocean. Time seemed to be mixed up in that chaotic ocean. The human emperor's phenomenon, Chaos Ocean. Many cultivators found themselves drawn into Chaos Ocean mentally after looking at it for a prolonged period. All of them lost their consciousness and had lost expressions. Thump! A cultivator fell forward, stiffly devoid of any life within him. He was dead. Chaos Ocean unified heaven and earth and could devour everything in the world, turning them into chaos. Be careful, don't look at it for too long. Lin Xuanji knew how terrifying that phenomenon was and warned little Fatty and the others hurriedly. If that was the case for the cultivators below, it was difficult to imagine the pressure that was mounted on Suzimo when he was right in the middle of the battlefield, directly in front of Chaos Ocean. Blood Quencher could not push forward against Chaos Ocean, as though it sank into a swamp. Its initial fervent and buzzing blade went still instantly. Gradually, the 6 spirit lights on the saber dimmed as well. Suzimo took a deep breath, and his pupils constricted sharply. How scary! If Blood Quencher was tossed into Chaos Ocean, it won't be long before that connate spirit weapon was damaged severely, and it might even become irreparable. That was the phenomenon of the human emperor that dominated throughout history. In the face of Chaos Ocean, Suzimo felt waves of suffocation as his essence, blood, spirit energy, and even life force and soul were being yanked forcefully from his body. In that brief moment of contact, Suzimo felt his lifespan drain significantly. Di-Yin's eyes shone with a faint look of mockery as he raised his arm and pointed forward. The chaos ocean behind him moved forward and engulfed Su Zimo. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. If he was devoured by that ocean that could even cripple Khanate spirit weapons, he would die for sure. Chapter 746, New Climax. Chapter 746, New Climax. How should one defend against such a frightening golden core phenomenon? The moment Chaos Ocean rose, the other 8 monster incarnates in the top 10 of the phenomenon ranking felt a sense of helplessness surge in their hearts. It was especially so for Ren Tu, Su Cheng, Monk Jian Kong, and the others. Initially, they wanted to overthrow Di-In during the phenomenon ranking this time round. It was only at this moment that they realized the immense difference between them and Di-In. That phenomenon is clearly much stronger than it was 100 years ago. Seems like Di-In did not waste his time suppressing his cultivation for the past 100 years. Instead, he has gained an even deeper understanding towards Chaos Ocean. I've got to extend my congratulations to Chaos Essence Sect. Monk Yuan Kong said, without a doubt, Di-In will definitely be at the top of the phenomenon ranking this time round. Once he advances to the nascent soul realm, Chaos Essence Sect will gain another perfected lord. Given Di-Yin's strength, it was almost certain that he would sweep through everyone of the same level and dominate Tianhuang mainland once he advances to the nascent soul realm. Perfected Lord Luo Shui had a grim expression. Even before Di-In was at nascent soul realm, the power of his chaos ocean was already at the level of a nascent soul. There was a high chance that any ordinary nascent soul would be killed mercilessly if they fought against Di-In. What a frightening person! Perfected Lord Luo Shui lamented internally, and a hint of worry flashed through her eyes as she looked at the green figure fighting against Di-In on the stone platform. Perfected Lord Yujun shook his head gently as well. The moment Di-In released Chaos Ocean, it was clear to all the nascent souls present that the outcome of the battle was already determined. The only thing that they did not know was whether Su Zimo could survive. That lad was lauded as the strongest monster incarnate in history, had cultivated to the extreme foundation establishment realm, and was said to be the second human emperor. All his titles were hard-earned from battle after battle without mistake. There was a chance he might have a trump card to help him survive this. Beneath the stone platform, what should we do? Little Fox looked at Lin Xuanji anxiously. Her watery, foxy eyes did not blink as she whispered, will Enigma Palace really not step in to save him if he's in danger? Lin Xuanji laughed bitterly. Enigma Palace has never sided with any party and will definitely not interfere for personal reasons in a battle of this level. However, as long as Su Zimo can leave the radius of the stone platform in time, Di-In won't be able to hunt him down. Monkey reared his head slightly with a prideful expression as he watched the battlefield in silence. He would definitely step in if Su Zimo was in danger. There were no rules in his heart. At the most, he would just fight the world even if it stood against him. On the stone platform, a shadow enveloped the place. Su Zimo did not dare to hesitate when he sensed the horrifying aura of Chaos Ocean. He let out a long roar, and his golden core spun as phenomenons appeared behind him. Bang! Boom! Boom! The firmaments collapsed and lightning flashed with raging flood currents. The primordial divine turtle had descended. Crack! 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 The mountains cracked and volcanoes spewed with flowing lava. The primordial soaring serpent had descended. Su Zimo released both his primordial phenomenons at the same time in order to deal with Chaos Ocean. However, in the face of Chaos Ocean, the 2 primordial phenomenons shuddered the moment they appeared. The divine turtle cried tragically while the soaring serpent hissed as though they were under tremendous pressure. Not good. Lin Xuanji exclaimed internally when he saw that. Ugh. Perfected Lord Yujun sighed. If Su Zimo chose to retreat the moment Di-In released Chaos Ocean and darted outside the perimeter of the phenomenon. He might have had a shot at survival. But now, oh. Perfected Lord Yu Jun lamented internally. What a pity that a monster incarnate of the human race is going to die just like this. Ha 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 ha. Above the clouds, perfected Lord Hanyi's eyes were filled with mockery as he reared his head in wild laughter. He truly doesn't know his limits. To think that he would want to try and fight against Chaos Ocean. Dean waved his arm, and Chaos Ocean rumbled forward furiously, drowning the two phenomenons of the divine turtle and soaring serpent instantly. The two divine beings struggled continuously within Chaos Ocean, but they could not break free and sank deeper instead. The luster on the two primordial phenomenons dimmed rapidly as though they could dissipate at any moment. How dare the light of a firefly try to compete against the shine of the moon for glory? Dean looked down like an unparalleled lord as he declared proudly, Extreme Foundation Establishment Realm, Double Phenomenon, after today, they will be nothing but mere jokes. Ah, Su Zimo has sunk into Chaos Ocean and can't get out. He will die the moment his two phenomenons shatter. Judging the way things are going, he's not going to last long. The crowd discussed. Monkey gripped his fists tightly, and his eyes shone with a scarlet blood glint. His fur stood on end, and the demonic chi that exuded from his nose and mouth turned thicker and thicker. However, although he was within Chaos Ocean, Su Zimo's eyes did not contain the panic and fear that everyone imagined. Instead, they were still as water. Fuse! Su Zimo's golden core spun with its full strength as he closed his palms slowly before his chest. As he did that, the two great phenomenons behind him merged slowly and finally fused together. One was fire while the other was water. One was passive while the other was active. The two primordial divine beings were fused as one perfectly. The serpent and turtle were entwined, and the black tortoise had descended. A shuddering aura spread forth, affecting all the spirit beasts, spirit demons reared by the cultivators present no matter their bloodlines or endowments. The moment the phantom of that gigantic black tortoise appeared, all of them felt chills and the urge to kneel down to it. It was a pressure that came from the depths of their souls and bloodlines. The black tortoise was one of the 4 sacred beasts and was the progenitor of many demon beasts and living beings. The 17 nascent souls present were surprised as well. What a frightening aura! To think that this lad this trump card up his sleeves. The power of that phenomenon has already surpassed the Golden Core realm and is at the nascent soul realm. The nascent souls present exchanged glances, shocked internally. What did that mean? It meant that both Golden Cores dueling on the stone platform possessed the power to slaughter through a major cultivation realm. They were able to kill nascent souls. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. Nobody expected the outcome that was initially set to reach a new climax once more. Above the gloomy, chaotic ocean surface, a gigantic demon beast floated. Its back was inscribed with extremely mysterious runes, as though they possessed the secrets of the universe. The black tortoise reared its head and glided through the ocean with its limbs. It could not sink further. Even Chaos Ocean could not drown that sacred beast. Legend has it that the 4 sacred beasts were born from the chaos that existed before the world was formed. How could water drown a fish? Su Zimo stood on the back of the black tortoise, with his hands behind his back. His green robes fluttered and his black hair danced as he looked forward with a deep, domineering gaze. His figure stood on the black tortoise, as though that sacred beast was tamed and merely existed to serve his purpose. The scene was so shocking that it was etched into the hearts of every cultivator present. Dean narrowed his gaze as his golden core spun wildly. A series of waves raged within Chaos Ocean. The waters in the ocean were far from ordinary. Although they looked unassuming, Every single splash was enough to kill any golden core present. The black tortoise glided with its full might against the current, and its back shone with mysterious lights that repelled the incoming splashes of the ocean away from it. Its massive body bobbed up and down in the raging tides. A figure stood on its back the entire time in an unyielding manner. The two of them were now in a stalemate. It did not seem realistic for Chaos Ocean to drown the black tortoise within a short period of time. However, it was absolutely impossible for the black tortoise to get out of Chaos Ocean's zone as well. Chapter 747, True Trump Card. Chapter 747, True Trump Card. Two figures stood in a stalemate on the stone platform. Two glorious golden core phenomenons clashed repeatedly, letting out blinding lights. Deafening roars echoed everywhere. The surrounding spirit energy had already been sucked dry completely by the two great phenomenons. The sacred beast, the black tortoise. To think that he created a brand new golden core phenomenon that can stand against the human emperor's phenomenon. This alone is something that will make its mark in the history of the cultivation world. By the looks of it, everything is going to boil down to the endurance of their blood chi, stamina, and spirit energy. On the stone platform, the two of them were in a stiff face-off. Neither of them dared to relax. If Su Zimo's spirit energy was insufficient, Chaos Ocean would drown the black tortoise instantly and drag him into the depths of the waters, ending his life. If Di-Yin's spirit energy was weak, the black tortoise would also tear through Chaos Ocean and ram him to death. Both their golden cores spun furiously and injected spirit energy continuously. The two great golden core phenomenons collided even more intensely. The stone platform that was made from limestone quaked and creaked violently before collapsing right in front of everyone. The collision of the two great phenomenons destroyed the entire stone platform. Sand and rocks flew as dust billowed. The crowd was in chaos as all the cultivators scattered in retreat. If they were drawn in by the two phenomenons, even paragons like Rin Tu and Su Qing would explode in a blood mist instantly. Above the clouds, perfected Lord Yu Jun rose and said deeply, "Everyone, both of them are extremely rare paragons for the human race. The death of either of them will definitely be an immense loss for our race. The two of them have fought to the point where even the stone platform shattered. Let's call it a draw." Monk Yin Lu clasped his palms together and nodded. "Excellent." Perfected Lord Luo Shui nodded as well. "I agree. Draw." Perfected Lord Hun sneered. "Yu Jun, as a cultivator of Enigma Palace, don't you claim to be impartial and righteous? This fight has yet to end, and you're talking about a draw? What a joke." "Han understand that my suggestion has no bias in it." Perfected Lord Yu Jun said deeply, "At this point, nobody knows the outcome of the battle. It's just a matter of their stamina and intensity of spirit energy. If things drag on, Di-Yin might not necessarily win as well." "That's right. I'm sure even Chaos Essence sect doesn't wish to end up with an internecine outcome." Perfected Lord Luo Shui said coldly. "Ha ha ha." As though he had heard the greatest joke in the world, Perfected Lord Hun shouted, "Internecine outcome? This has to be the greatest joke in the world. This unknown lad that popped out of nowhere really thinks that he's worthy of being compared to the legacy disciple of Chaos Essence sect? I say it's a good thing that the stone platform is shattered." Perfected Lord Hun stood up as well and declared coldly with a murderous aura, "With that, there's no longer a restriction of area. That lad won't be able to escape, even if he wants to, and they can fight to their deaths." Perfected Lord Yu Jun's eyelids twitched when he heard that. Perfected Lord Hun said that with absolute confidence towards Di-Yin, rather than blind faith. It seemed as though the latter had something else to rely on. Could Di-Yin have another trump card up his sleeves? The thought of that possibility gave perfected Lord Yu Jun chills down his spine. The eyes of the other 16 nascent souls shone. Naturally, they understood what perfected Lord Han Yi was implying as well. Monk Yuan Kong asked with a fake smile, "Fellow Taoist Han Yi, could it be that Di-in has something that we've yet to see?" He, perfected Lord Han Yi, laughed without answering directly. Instead, he said indifferently, "The cultivators present today sure are fortunate to be able to witness the birth of a monster incarnate that can stand shoulder to shoulder. No, he might even be able to surpass the human emperor. Fight to their deaths." That was a remarkable appraisal. Shoulder to shoulder, or even surpass the human emperor. It was impossible for him to spout that in jest. In fact, he can't even mention that in jest. He was definitely backed by something. All the cultivators present, perfected Lord Yu Jun included, were shocked. Right then, the dust and smoke of the stone platform ruins dispersed, and 2 figures emerged once more. They were still in a stiff stalemate. Su Zimo stood on the black tortoise with a calm expression. Di Yin's eyes carried the hint of mockery still as he smirked, glaring at Su Zimo haughtily as though he was far superior. Finally, Di Yin spoke. "Su Zimo, do you know why I said that the peak of the myriad phenomenon peak would be your death's gate?" The cultivators beneath were immensely shocked. None of them could imagine Di Yin to have excess strength such that he could afford the distraction to speak despite the intense clash. Di Yin continued, "Do you know why I've never deemed you as somebody worthy?" Su Zimo did not reply, and merely looked at Di Yin in silence. Di Yin raised his head slightly with a proud expression and replied himself, "That's because the difference between us is way too great. This is a difference that you can't even sense. What nonsense is that asshole spouting?" Monkey grit his teeth and his eyes shone with a scarlet flash. Little Fatty and the others shook their heads. All the other cultivators were confused as well. "You don't even know what trump cards I have up my sleeves." Di Yin smiled gently as he spoke, seemingly to himself. "I've never released this trump card before because it was initially meant for killing nascent souls. You sure are lucky to be the first person to die to my trump card." The crowd went dead silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with endless shock. Di Yin had something else up his sleeves. In fact, his move could even kill nascent souls who were a major cultivation realm above him. Instantly, sweat poured down from little Fatty's forehead as he murmured repeatedly, "What should we do? What should we do?" On the other hand, Lin Xuanji was instead not as nervous as he was earlier on. He merely gazed at Su Zimo with a slight frown and muttered, "Strange." Even he who was outside of the fight was shocked when he heard Di Yin's statement. However, Su Zimo, who was directly involved in the fight, was extremely calm and did not seem surprised. Di Yin glared at Su Zimo, who was not far away, and smiled gently. He extended his palms slowly and raised his brows. "Su Zimo, take a look. What is this?" Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to Di Yin's palm. In the center of his palm, a small green lotus gradually blossomed. It was pristine as jade and gave off a mysterious glow as though it could cleanse everything in the world. "Ah, this is... Could it be? That looks like the Buddhist monasteries." A series of exclamations broke out from the crowd, but none of them dared to continue. Above the clouds, the 17 nascent souls were shocked when they saw it. Their scalps prickled, and all their hairs stood on end. Monk Yuan Kong's eyes widened with disbelief as he exclaimed, "World-cleansing green lotus!" An uproar broke out the moment he mentioned those 4 words. Di Yin's voice sounded calmly. "Do you think that you're the only one with a double phenomenon?" Everyone turned silent. All the cultivators felt as though they were choked by a pair of invisible hands, as though a frightening aura suppressed them to a suffocating point where they could not breathe. Chapter 748, Chaos Green Lotus. Chapter 748, Chaos Green Lotus. When they saw the green lotus in Di Yin's hands, the eyes of many cultivators were filled with shock, disbelief, awe, and pity toward Su Zimo. The fight was over the moment Di Yin brought out the green lotus. Even Su Zimo's greatest glory could not compete against Di Yin. He had a double phenomenon. So did Di Yin. Furthermore, the two golden core peaks were almost representative of the epitome of the immortal and Buddhist Taos. All phenomenons in the world had to bow down when those two great phenomenons were brought out. Di Yin truly is someone with immense fortune. Not only did he obtain the human emperor's legacy, he even obtained the legacy of the Buddhist monasteries. If not for Di Yin, Su Zimo would indeed be worthy of his title as the strongest monster incarnate in history. Unfortunately, his greatest tragedy is being born in the same era and becoming enemies with Di Yin. Many cultivators discussed in hushed whispers. Little Fatty and the others were extremely anxious and had darkened expressions. Right now, the face-off between Chaos Ocean and the Black Tortoise phenomenon was a stalemate. Di Yin had Su Zimo completely suppress the moment he brought out the world-cleansing green lotus. Ming Jin opened his mouth slightly with a conflicted expression. Among all the cultivators present, he was probably the only one who knew how Di Yin cultivated the world-cleansing green lotus. Back in the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, he was the one who handed Di Yin the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra, personally. However, Ming Zhen truly had not expected Di Yin to comprehend its obscurities within a single month and cultivate that phenomenon of the Buddhist monasteries. What was a monster incarnate? He was an example of one. On the battlefield, Su Zimo stood on the black tortoise and looked at the green lotus on Di Yin's palm. However, his eyes merely flickered slightly without the fear and panic that everyone imagined he would possess. It was as though he was frightened stiff. Di Yin could not help but frown when he looked at Su Zimo opposite him. Su Zimo appeared way too calm. He felt disappointed when the shock and fear he anticipated was not present. Fu. Di Yin sneered proudly. Su Zimo, how long do you think your black tortoise phenomenon can last against my double phenomenon? In truth, the instant the world-cleansing green lotus appeared, the phantom of the sacred beast, the black tortoise, shuddered momentarily. The limbs of the black tortoise struggled to advance, and its body sank considerably. Di Yin flicked his palm forward gently, and the green lotus in it floated into the chaos ocean. It flowed along with the tides and gradually fused as one with the ocean. Pissed, this is. Above the clouds, many nascent souls gasped and their pupils constricted. Di Yin raised his chin and said slowly, "Today, I'll let you have a clear understanding of your death. Not only do I possess a double phenomenon, I've even fused these two great phenomenons of the immortal and Buddhist Taos together. This is an unprecedented golden core phenomenon that I shall name Chaos Green Lotus." When Chaos Green Lotus was formed, the initially noisy crowd went silent once more. Invincible, monster incarnate, unstoppable. Those were the only words in the minds of the cultivators. Any word paled in comparison to the sight of the Chaos Green Lotus. It was at that moment when many cultivators truly understood why perfected Lord Hun claimed that Di Yin could stand shoulder to shoulder with and even surpass the human emperor. If Di Yin could be compared to the human emperor because he cultivated a double phenomenon of chaos ocean and world-cleansing green lotus, he would have surpassed the human emperor completely by fusing them together as one to create a brand new golden core phenomenon. The power of that phenomenon was completely above chaos ocean. Notwithstanding the golden cores present, even the 17 nascent souls above the clouds felt chills run down their spine and were immensely threatened. This meant that the phenomenon could completely kill them. There was no longer anxiousness in the eyes of Little Fatty and the others. Instead, it was replaced by despair. If anyone else was up against an opponent as such, they would only be able to experience deep despair. This man is truly way too strong. At that moment, Ji Qingtian could not do anything but lament helplessly. This was Di Yin's true trump card. Di Yin stood in the air above Chaos Ocean with a torrential aura. His figure was like an emperor that looked down on the world. Nobody could reach him, and everyone could merely look up at him. This was the number 1 perfected being. This was the number 1 of the Golden Core phenomenon ranking. Su Zimo, what do you have to fight me with? Who are you to try and kill me? Di Yin let out a deafening roar that resembled thunder. Along with Di Yin's voice, the green lotus that floated in the center of the ocean began to swivel. Petals opened up one after another as it blossomed and let out streams of resplendent lights. Every single lotus was etched with mysterious patterns that seemed as though they possessed the absolute truth of the universe. The green lotus blossomed and let out a world, cleansing glow. The black tortoise's phantom shuddered, and its glow dimmed as though it could disperse at any moment. Mister, hurry and run. Little Fox could not help but yell. There's no use, he can't escape. Lin Xuanji shook his head with a grim expression. Right now, as long as Su Zimo makes a rash move, his spirit energy will definitely be loosened. The moment he reveals an opening, he will be killed by the Chaos Green Lotus. On the battlefield, although the black tortoise phenomenon seemed as though it could disperse at any moment, Su Zimo's heart was calmer than anything else, and his mind was completely clear. Right in front of everyone, Su Zimo assumed a lotus position on the shell of the black tortoise. He lowered his head and placed both palms on his knees facing upright. Has he given up on fighting? What can he do even if he doesn't give up? Who can defend against the Chaos Green Lotus? He can die without regrets being killed by the Chaos Green Lotus. In midair, Di Yin pointed to Su Zimo with a cold gaze. Die. The green lotus that floated in the ocean shook. Swoosh! A raging tide surged on the ocean surface, accompanied by a soft explosion, and surged forward. Instantly, it drowned the black tortoise along with Su Zimo entirely. Ah! The crowd gasped. It was over. The black tortoise phenomenon could not defend against the power of the Chaos Green Lotus, and was engulfed instantly. Even Su Zimo sank to the bottom of the ocean and vanished without a trace. Little Fatty and the others stood rooted to the spot with widened eyes, unable to register what had just happened in their minds. Ha ha ha! Perfected Lord Hun reared his head in wild laughter. Good, good. Di Yin killed him, so all his treasures now belong to Chaos Essence Sect. Roar! Demonic chi shrouded around Monkey as he reared his head and let out a deep roar. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at perfected Lord Han above the clouds, venting the endless fury and killing intent in his heart. Brother. Xiaoning's face was frightfully pale as she said with a trembling voice. Su Hong had already passed away. If Su Zimo died as well, it would be an unimaginable blow to Xiaoning. Don't worry, he isn't dead yet. Suddenly, Night Spirit's voice sounded. He was glaring at the depths of Chaos Ocean with a cool gaze, as though he had seen something. Lin Xuanji exclaimed softly as well. Although he could not see what was happening within Chaos Ocean, Di Yin's expression did not relax after Su Zimo was engulfed by Chaos Ocean. Instead, he was looking grimmer. What happened? Could it be? Chapter 749, Third Phenomenon. Chapter 749, Third Phenomenon. In midair, Chaos Ocean churned still and stirred massive waves without any signs of letting up. However, Di Yin's eyes no longer had a mocking look in them. He narrowed his gaze and glared at the depths of the ocean, as though he had spotted something. All of a sudden, in the depths of that dark ocean, streaks of red light could be faintly seen. They grew brighter and clearer as they tore through layers of chaos and the ocean's surface. A brilliant glow was released that illuminated the entire ocean surface scarlet. Flames. Flames had appeared at the bottom of Chaos Ocean. Immediately after, a massive figure floated up from the depths of the ocean with a puffed chest and a bright gaze. It was the sacred beast, the black tortoise, that was devoured by Chaos Ocean earlier on. Ah, the black tortoise phenomenon did not get dispersed by Chaos Ocean. Where is Su Zimo? No idea, but that black tortoise phenomenon seems different from earlier on. Su Zimo's figure had vanished entirely. Instead, rearing flames blazed on the shell of the black tortoise, massive and fiery. The flames were so immense that even Chaos Ocean could not extinguish them. All of a sudden, a bedazzling glow that intensified flashed from the right side of the skies. In that dark night, a blazing sun appeared and released a scorching heat. It illuminated the entire myriad phenomenon city, like daylight. The skies on the left were still ink black and silently cold. It was as though the skies had been split into two entirely different worlds. Day and night appeared at the same time. It was dark on the left side and bright on the right. Between the two worlds where darkness and light intersected, lightning flashed and thunder howled, releasing endless electric arcs that spread through the voids like spirit snakes. The appearance of day and night together released two distinct lusters of yin and yang that coincidentally converged on the shell of the black tortoise. Yin and yang were interweaving. The mysterious patterns on the black tortoise's shell seemed as though they were triggered and released streams of resplendent lights. Swoosh! A blaze surged. All the cultivators present, including the 17 nascent souls above the clouds, were watching the battlefield fixedly with bated breath. Extinguish! Di-Yin channeled his spirit energy, and the green lotus swayed. Chaos Ocean howled as waves rose one after another to crash against the black tortoise. However, the black tortoise was unyielding, and the flames did not extinguish. Perfected Lord Hun frowned and asked deeply, "What are those flames? How are they not extinguished by Chaos Ocean?" Monk Yuan Kong mulled with a bright gaze. "The flames seem as though they possess the aura of the Tao of Buddhism." Before his words were finished, Sanskrit sounded in midair. Someone was chanting sutras and prostrating to Buddha in that intense battle with a voice that resounded like a bell. It was loud and reverberated through one's ears. Every single word possessed a mysterious, noble power. The voids trembled. "That's Mister's voice." Little Fox broke out in tears with joy. She had been by Su Zimo's side for 20 years at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, coiled up in his ankles. She would often fall into slumber listening to Su Zimo's voice as he recited sutras. Little Fox could not be more familiar with those Sanskrit words. Su Zimo isn't dead. It seems like things are going to change once more. Cries of surprises came from the crowd. But where is he? More than shock, the eyes of the 100,000 cultivators were filled with questions. Above the battlefield, the green lotus swayed and Chaos Ocean churned. The black tortoise stood steady in the ocean with its limbs as a flaming light burst into the air on its shell. But there was no trace of Su Zimo. The Sanskrit became louder as time passed. Right in front of everyone's eyes, a jade-like pristine green lotus grew from the blazing flames. It was flawless and shone with a pure glow. It's the world cleansing green lotus again. Su Zimo has also comprehended the world cleansing green lotus. Even without the reminder of the 17 nascent souls above the clouds, the 100,000 golden cores present recognized the phenomenon right away. Just then the Sanskrit stopped. A calm voice sounded from the shell of the black tortoise. "Di-Yin, sorry to disappoint you. I don't possess a double phenomenon. Many cultivators were agape. As they looked at the green lotus on the black tortoise's shell, everyone came to a realization. With that world-cleansing green lotus, Suzimo had already cultivated 3 golden core phenomenons. No matter who it was, Di-in or Suzimo, that won the fight today, both of them had accomplished unprecedented attainments. Although Di-yin's expression was grim, he sneered still. So what if you have 3 phenomenons? All 3 of them are trash. There's now why you can compete against my chaos green lotus. Fufu. Suzimo smiled lightly, not rebutting his words. His 3 phenomenons represented the Taos of immortal, Buddhism, and fiends. Furthermore, all of them were the top golden core phenomenons of their respective Taos. In reality, back when Suzimo left the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, he had already cultivated the world-cleansing green lotus. Di-in was able to realize that phenomenon after browsing through the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra for a month. How could Suzimo possibly gain nothing after spending 20 years laying dormant? Initially, the divine turtle and soaring serpent phenomenons were irreconcilable with their fire and water natures and were in constant conflict. The reason why the 2 phenomenons were able to fuse to become the black tortoise phenomenon later on was because Suzimo had cultivated Buddhism at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley and accomplished the world-cleansing green lotus. However, Suzimo was unable to fuse the 3 phenomenons together. It was only after he ascended the myriad phenomenon peak that he obtained a true resolution. Suzimo experienced the marks and auras of many ancient phenomenons on the myriad phenomenon peak. Those phenomenons were a representation of the ancient era, the most glorious civilization period of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Taos. Although Suzimo could not comprehend the thousands of ancient phenomenons, he could appreciate the intent of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Taos behind them. The turtle and snake intertwined, fire and water fused, while passive and activeness were harmonized. Day appeared with night, light stacked upon darkness, and yin and yang intersected. When the multiple sources of power were used on the back of the black tortoise, the obscure and mysterious runes on its back were activated and the true power of the black tortoise was released. The existence of that power was the reason why the black tortoise was not drowned by Chaos Ocean. The flames on the back of its shell were left behind by the Soraka flower. That was a divine flame of the Buddhist Tao. Chaos Ocean was not able to extinguish it. The Soraka flower possessed the power of life. With the help of the Soraka flower, Suzimo fused the world-cleansing green lotus into the black tortoise phenomenon perfectly, and an eternal green lotus blossomed from the blazing flames. In fact, the green color of the lotus was purged away by the raging flames, and dazzling streaks of golden light were gradually released. Within the terrifying flame ocean, an indestructible golden lotus was born and shone brilliantly. One after another, golden petals blossomed and gradually revealed a golden lotus seat within. A figure sat on the lotus seat with his palms clasped together. His head was lowered in a dignified manner, and he was shrouded by an endless golden glow, resembling a Buddha that sat on the lotus seat with absolute authority. Everyone focused their attention. It was Suzimo who had vanished earlier on. Within Chaos Ocean, the black tortoise broke out. Day and night appeared together, and lightning flashed as thunder crackled. The sea of flames was massive and shone with a golden glow as the entire world shook. Chapter 750, Attack of a Perfected Lord. Chapter 750, Attack of a Perfected Lord. The black tortoise disregarded the raging tides and moved against the current with the golden lotus on its back. Day and night appeared together, while lightning flashed as thunder crackled. The 2 heads of the turtle and serpent reared and roared into the skies, sweeping their divine might through the 9 heavens in a majestic manner. An intense clash broke out between the 2 great golden core phenomenons in midair. Bang, bang, bang. Incomparably strong air currents darted wildly, causing the voids to quake, and scorching heat waves were released one after another from the center of the two great phenomenons. Pissed! What a tremendous power! The nascent souls above the clouds were shocked. All of them felt threatened by the power released from the clash of the two great golden core phenomenons. Without hesitation, everyone retreated far away from the battlefield, afraid that they would be implicated. Perfected Lord Han Yi, Monk Yuan Kong, Perfected Lord Tianming, and the others were alarmed and furious. Their gazes were grim as they looked at one another. All of them could see the killing intent in the other's eyes. This lad must not survive. The power released by that golden core phenomenon was enough to kill them. Even if they were in Yin's position, they couldn't guarantee that they could defend against the golden core phenomenon and escape unscathed. That phenomenon combined the secrets of the mortal, Buddhist, and fiend Taoists, and had even tapped into the power of heaven and earth. It was comparable to Dharmic power. It will never happen. Yin's blood qi surged, and he channeled his golden core wildly such that even his expression turned menacing. He was the top of the previous phenomenon ranking. He was the number one perfected being. His attainments in his golden core phenomenon had already surpassed the human emperor. He was definitely going to leave his name in history and dominate over Tianhuang mainland. He must not lose here. A defeat would erase all his past glory instantly. His glory would be the stepping stone of this green-robed cultivator before him. The green lotus swayed and released streams of pure, flawless light, causing raging tides to surge forward one after another in chaos ocean. Boom! It was yet another deafening sound. Immediately after, a massive object tore through the waves and arrived at the front with the might of heaven and earth, slamming violently towards Yin. Swash! The chaos green lotus shone and stood in the black tortoise's path. Bang! The chaos green lotus collided against the black tortoise. The world changed. It was as though everything was frozen at that moment. Everything went silent. Although the green lotus remained intact, its glow dimmed completely without any greenness in it, as though it had withered. A series of cracks appeared on the black tortoise's body as it stopped for a moment before dispersing. On the surface, it seemed as though Yin had the advantage. However, his expression was extremely grim at the moment. That was because Su Zimo's golden core phenomenon was not completely destroyed yet. Although the black tortoise was gone, the golden lotus that was born in the blazing flames was still present. Break it! Su Zimo descended like a divine being and roared. He strode forward with the golden lotus in his hands and smashed it on the chaos green lotus before him. Boom! The two lotuses collided and bright Buddha lights filled the surroundings. The true form of the golden lotus was a world-cleansing green lotus. However, yin and yang intersected while lightning and thunder fused. Soaked in seawater and refined under raging flames, it evolved into an everlasting golden lotus. Gold was indestructible and eternal. It could last as long as heaven and earth and shared the brilliance of day and night. Crack, crack, crack. The chaos green lotus cracked. Yin jerked, and his eyes grew dim as blood drained from his face. The chaos green lotus was fused from two great phenomenons and was even able to threaten nascent souls. It was obvious how immense the burden of that toll on Yin's body was. Now that the chaos green lotus was shattered, the rebound of the power caused Yin severe injuries instantly. Yin fell over, coughing huge mouthfuls of blood. Ah! A series of exclamations broke out from the crowd. Yin was defeated. Nobody expected that outcome from this earth-shaking battle. This was a battle that was filled with ups and downs. Both monster incarnates released countless methods, spirit arts, and secret skills that were far beyond the realm of knowledge for golden cores. The golden core phenomenons released by the two of them at the end were so strong that even nascent souls had to keep their distance. Amit Ba. Monk Ienlu lamented. In the ancient era, there was the legend of the dragon horse accomplishing the river diagram. To think that we're actually witnessing the sight of a black tortoise destroying chaos today. The younger generation will definitely surpass us. None of the other nascent souls spoke. Some of them had not gotten over the clash between the two great golden core phenomenons earlier on. Some of them were emotional, while others shook their heads and sighed lightly. Some of them had bright gazes that flickered with uncontrollable killing intent. Perfected Lord Han Yi and the others had grim expressions as they exchanged glances. That lad's spirit energy must have been used up after he released such a terrifying phenomenon and fought in such an intense battle. His golden core phenomenon is about to disperse soon. Everyone, the best chance to kill this lad is now. We can't wait any longer. That's right. Given his potential, things will only turn worse after he grows further. After killing him, I want the Purple Thunder Manual in his possession. That belongs to Zephyr Thunder Palace. I won't take any of the other treasures. I want the Divine Phoenix Bone. That's enough. We can discuss how to split the loot after killing him. Now isn't the time to be arguing about that. Their spirit consciousnesses shuttled as perfected Lord Han Yi and the others conversed in secret. Right then, Di-een was falling after his Chaos Green Lotus was shattered. Su Zimo wielded the Golden Lotus and continued his pursuit with a murderous intent. Perfected Lord Han, he had a vicious gaze and suddenly struck. He could not wait any longer. Di-een must not die. Even if he lost this battle, he was still an incomparable monster incarnate and the most talented cultivator of Chaos Essence Sect. As long as Su Zimo was killed, Di-een would remain as the #1 perfected being. Perfected Lord Han Yi's glabella shone, and his robes fluttered. Dermic power surged as a gigantic longsword was conjured in midair. It was extremely sharp and had a chilling intent. In the blink of an eye, the gigantic sword appeared above Su Zimo's head and thrust down viciously. The place fell into an uproar. That attack happened way too suddenly. Nobody expected a nascent soul to interfere in the battle. Furthermore, his attack came without any warning. It was more like an ambush. How dare you? Perfected Lord Yu Jun's expression changed starkly as he roared and struck instantly. However, his reaction was already a step slower. It's over. Lin Xuanji exclaimed internally when he saw that. Even bystanders could not react to it. How could Su Zimo, who was wholeheartedly focused on Di-een in the battlefield, avoid that killing move? Furthermore, it was clear that Su Zimo's spirit energy was depleted and he was at his limits after his fight with Di-een. A golden core was almost definitely doomed in an ambush by a nascent soul. Many cultivators could have already envisioned the image of Su Zimo's corpse. Right in front of countless gazes, Su Zimo, who was about to catch up to Di-een, suddenly froze in his tracks as though he was possessed. In a flash, he twisted and propped the Golden Lotus in his hands above his head. Clang! The moment the Golden Lotus was lifted above his head, the gigantic sword descended and struck the Golden Lotus, causing sparks to fly along with the jarring sound of metal clashing. Chapter 751. Uncontrollable Situation. Chapter 751. Uncontrollable Situation. What swift reactions! The crowd gasped. Even perfected Lord Yu Jun was a step slower in stopping perfected Lord Han Yi's ambush. To think that Su Zimo could stop in time and shield his head with the Golden Lotus. That was the benefit of cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Even without seeing or hearing it, he could still detect danger. However, detecting danger was one thing. Whether or not he could defend against the power of a nascent soul was another. A blinding light burst forth when the gigantic sword collided against the golden lotus, sending resplendent streaks of light everywhere. A heat wave burst forth and almost flipped all the golden cores in the vicinity over. The gigantic sword was repelled high into the air. The golden lotus exploded right away. Finally, that earth-shaking golden core phenomenon was shattered into pieces after being ground down by Chaos Ocean relentlessly, coupled with the attack of a nascent soul. There was a boom. Zemo crashed down onto the ruins of the collapsed stone platform and was buried beneath the stone slabs, vanishing from sight. Many cultivators shook their heads when they saw that. Zemo's spirit energy was probably used up completely after his intense battle with Dean. It was clear that the power of his phenomenon had also deteriorated. Coupled with his hurried defense, he would most likely be crippled even if he managed to survive that sword strike. What a pity! To think that the number one of this phenomenon ranking would meet with such an end. That's what happens when you don't have the backing of a strong sect or faction. Many cultivators lamented internally. Han-E, what are you trying to do? Perfected Lord Yujun was enraged and bellowed as he swept his sleeves to send an attack forth. The gigantic sword conjured by Perfected Lord Han-Yi's dermic power was shattered by Perfected Lord Yujun's sleeve sweep and dissipated instantly. Perfected Lord Yujun soared into the air and slapped his storage bag. His spirit consciousness jolted and summoned 2 chilling flying swords that circled around him. The tip of the swords quivered like the forked tongues of snakes and were aimed directly at Perfected Lord Han-E. At the same time, Perfected Lord Do Bei of Heavenly Dipper Sect, Perfected Lord Tianming of Zephyr Thunder Palace, Monk Yuan Kong of Hollow Monastery, Monk Wei Fu of Diamond Monastery, and some others rose one after another, glaring at Perfected Lord Yujun with hostile expressions. Lin Xuanji's heart skipped a beat when he saw that. The fight for the phenomenon ranking began to spin out of control the moment Perfected Lord Han-E attacked. In fact, it might already be beyond Enigma Palace's control at this point. Why, you wish to kill me, Yujun? Perfected Lord Han-E raised his brow slightly. You harbored designs and tried to murder a paragon of our human race. What does it matter even if I kill you? Perfected Lord Yujun was truly furious at this moment, given his character. Nothing so vile had ever happened since the inception of the Golden Core phenomenon ranking in the ancient era. A nascent soul had disregarded Enigma Palace completely by ambushing a Golden Core. His methods were simply way too despicable. Han-E, don't you have any shame? Perfected Lord Luo Shui stood up as well with a cold expression that seemed as though her face was veiled by a layer of frost. Fu-fu. Perfected Lord Han-E swept his gaze at Perfected Lord Luo Shui before sneering. Yujun, this lad is a demon. What's wrong with me stepping in to kill a demon? You're trying to kill me because of a demon instead? Yujun, Enigma Palace was founded by Fairy Linglong. You must not forget your roots and stand on the side of the demons. Monk Wei Fu said slowly as well. Bullshit. Perfected Lord Yujun replied coldly. Zemo had been to the Human Emperor's palace and ascended the Myriad Phenomenon Peak to leave his name on the ancient Phenomenon Stele. He is recognized by both the legendary Human Emperor and Fairy Linglong. That alone is proof of his identity. Yet you guys insist on twisting the facts. Where are your morals? Perfected Lord Beidou said indifferently, Make way, Yujun. That lad will definitely have to die today, and not even Enigma Palace can protect him. What if Snowdrift Valley is included? Perfected Lord Luo Shui shifted to the side of Perfected Lord Yujun in a flash. The 2 nascent souls of the fiend sex smirked coldly. Although both of them looked down on the disgusting antics of the immortal cultivators, they chose to wait by the sidelines idly. In the blink of an eye, 2 factions were created on the battlefield. From the immortal sex, apart from Glass Palace that was not present, 7 nascent souls stood forth, leaving perfected Lord Luo Shui as the only one on perfected Lord Yu Jun's side. From the 6 Buddhist monasteries, Hollow Monastery and Diamond Monastery took the lead, and 5 of the monasteries stood on the side of perfected Lord Han Yi. Why are you guys doing this? Monk Yin Lu frowned as he looked at the 5 perfected lords of the Buddhist monasteries in disbelief. Monk Wei Fu said deeply, I don't care if he's a demon or a fiend. In any case, he isn't someone from our Buddhist monasteries. Since that's the case, he has to hand over the cultivation techniques and secret skills of the Buddhist monasteries, such as the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra, and will have to cripple everything related to the Buddhist Tao in his body. That's right. The Tao of Buddhism must not be leaked to outsiders. The perfected Lord of Clear Heart Nunnery nodded as well. What are you talking about? Monk Yin Lu said, Buddhism places emphasis on the idea of karma. It's his karma that brought him the opportunity to cultivate the world-cleansing green lotus. You guys... When he saw the gazes of Monk Yuan Kong and the others, Monk Yin Lu was enlightened and suddenly stopped speaking. The people opposite him were not trying to kill Su Zimo for some righteous reasons. They were merely doing it out of greed. Monk Yin Lu sighed and rose before walking to perfected Lord Yu Jun's side. Even so, perfected Lord Yu Jun's group only consisted of the 3 of them. However, there were a total of 12 nascent souls on perfected Lord Han Yi's side. The difference in numbers was clear. In midair, the atmosphere between the 2 factions was extremely tense. The 100,000 or so golden cores on the ground were also gradually divided into factions. The majority of them, close to 70,000 people, chose to sit by the sidelines. Many cultivators from immortal sects were gathered, led by Chaos Essence Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace. There were almost 30,000 of them, and they surrounded little fatty Ji Qingtian, Xiaoning Demonist Ji, and the others. Su Cheng and Hang Chuyu from the immortal sects and Monk Jian Kong and Monk Ju Qin of the Buddhist monasteries were among them as they glared at little fatty and the others greedily. As long as the order was pumped down from midair, a battle would break out on the ground instantly as well. Anyone that's unrelated should get as far away as possible. Su Cheng glared at little fatty, Ji Qintian and the others before sneering. Don't think that we won't dare to lay our hands on you just because you're a cultivator from some of the unorthodox groups or heretical doctrines. Anyone on Su Zimo's side is my enemy, so don't blame me for not showing mercy. Right now, Di-Yin was severely injured and was swallowing elixirs to heal up. Su Zimo had fallen into the ruins. Although his fate was unknown, he was most likely crippled. Rin, too, of Azura sect, who was ranked number 3 on the phenomenon ranking, did not intervene. As such, Su Qing, who was ranked number 4, was definitely qualified to make such a statement. Spat! The spirit tiger rolled his eyes and scolded, Who do you think you are? Su Cheng gave a menacing laugh and pointed to Monkey and the other demons behind little fatty, saying with a murderous aura, None of you shall escape today. I'm going to peel your skin and crush your bones into ashes. Roar. Monkey, the spirit tiger, and the others roared and reverted to their demon forms. Unknowingly, Night Spirit's figure had already vanished from the spot. Nobody knew how he left. Nobody could even spot any traces of him. Yu Jun, make way! Perfected Lord Han Yi raised his chin and said coolly with a sharp gaze, Su Zimo has to die today, that's the main point. Even Enigma Palace won't be able to stop us. Boom! Right then, a tremendous explosion could be heard from the ruins on the ground. Sand and gravel flew everywhere. In the billowing dust, a green figure could be seen rising faintly with dancing black hair. He gave off a terrifying aura, and his eyes shone coldly with a torrential killing intent. Chapter 752, Chaotic Battle. Chapter 752, Chaotic Battle. The dust dispersed and revealed the true appearance of the figure. It's Su Zimo. He's not dead. That golden lotus phenomenon that was dimmed and on the verge of dispersing was able to withstand a sword strike from a nascent soul. Didn't that mean that the golden lotus phenomenon would have been able to go against a nascent soul at its peak when it was undamaged? Everyone turned toward Su Zimo. Although his green robes were slightly tattered, he was not injured at all. On the contrary, the aura Su Zimo emitted had turned even more frightening. Everyone felt unsettled after looking at him, as though they were faced with impending danger. It was as though perfected Lord Han Yi's sword strike had released an even more terrifying existence. Initially, Di-een had consumed many elixirs from his sect and was recuperating with closed eyes, trying his best to recover as quickly as possible. However, he shuddered when he sensed that aura and looked over instinctively. Instantly, his pupils constricted. It was extremely dangerous. Di-een could clearly sense that Su Zimo was even more dangerous at the moment than when they fought earlier on. Perfected Lord Han Yi, you have a death wish. Su Zimo stood in their air and glared at perfected Lord Han Yi, who was not far away, declaring with a tone that chilled one to the bones. The crowd fell into an uproar. He was provoking a nascent soul openly. Furthermore, even as a golden core, Su Zimo was on par with perfected Lord Han Yi in terms of aura and was not disadvantaged at all. Has Su Zimo gone insane? He's trying to provoke a nascent soul even after his spirit energy has been depleted. What does it matter even if he doesn't do anything? Right now, there are 12 nascent souls that want to join forces to kill him. By the looks of things, perfected Lord Yu Jun and the other 2 won't be able to protect him. If I were him, I'd flee as soon as possible to hide in a secluded place and wait till I leave the ancient battlefield and return to Tianhuang mainland to break through to the nascent soul realm. All the cultivators knew that the ancient battlefield was merely a dimensional fragment with limited heaven and earth powers. There's no way for Su Zimo to break through here, even if he was at the peak of the golden core realm. The breakthrough to the nascent soul realm was a significant event. It was when a cultivator cultivated to the point where he was able to connect to heaven and earth. Even in Tianhuang mainland, a single mistake could lead to one's death, let alone right now when they were in this shattered dimensional fragment. Although he was facing 12 nascent souls, Su Zimo's eyes surged with killing intent, and there was no fear in them. He did not make use of any demonic capabilities throughout his entire battle with Di-een. No techniques from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness were used, let alone the power of his inner core. That was because he was bound by the rules of Enigma Palace and the phenomenon ranking. Su Zimo respected the rules, not because of fear, but because he respected Fairy Linglong. Now that perfected Lord Han, he had already broken the rules by attacking him. There was no need for him to have any reservations. Although Su Zimo's spirit energy was depleted and he could not release his golden core phenomenon for the time being, he had even more terrifying means and trump cards. His inner core, his blood chi, and his melee combat capabilities. All the nascent souls present would find themselves praying if he closed in on them. Su Zimo, retreat first. Perfected Lord Yu Jun said deeply with a grim expression, "This is no longer a fight for the phenomenon ranking. Let me handle it." Su Zimo could tell from perfected Lord Yu Jun's words that the latter was clearly trying to protect him. Before Su Zimo's thought was finished, perfected Lord Yu Jun sent a voice transmission into his mind. Su Zimo, leave Myriad Phenomenon City, first with the others. Enigma Palace will send the rewards for the phenomenon ranking to you. As long as they left Myriad Phenomenon City, nascent souls would be bounded by the rules of the ancient battlefield and would not be able to attack recklessly. That would ensure the lives of Su Zimo and the others at the very least. To be fair, The alliance of perfected Lord Hun Yi and 11 other nascent souls had already gone far beyond perfected Lord Yu Jun's expectations. Even he was not confident that he would be able to contain the situation right now. Trying to escape. Perfected Lord Hun Yi's eyes flashed. He could naturally tell what perfected Lord Yu Jun was implying as he glared at Su Zimo and sneered. "Little bastard, you won't be able to leave Myriad Phenomenon City today." Ha ha ha. Su Zimo reared his head in laughter and pointed to perfected Lord Han Yi with a murderous intent. "Old dog, how dare you threaten me when you don't even know that you're about to die?" Swash! In a flash, Su Zimo transformed into a streak of light and darted towards perfected Lord Han Yi at an extremely fast speed. Su Zimo had taken the first move against the alliance of 12 nascent souls. "Bastard, you're courting death. You truly don't know what's good for you. Kill him." Perfected Lord Han Yi, perfected Lord Tianming, and many other cultivators attacked in succession, locked onto Su Zimo. With that order, Su Cheng and Monk Jiankong's faction on the ground broke out into a massive fight against Little Fatty, Ming Zhen, and the others. In the blink of an eye, the skies were filled with spirit lights and dermic powers surged. The void seemed to have been weaved into an inescapable net made of dermic powers that shrouded over Su Zimo. "Save him!" Perfected Lord Yu Jun shouted and struck without hesitation. "Sure, sure." 2 flying swords streaked through the air and penetrated the gigantic web of dermic powers weaved by the 12 nascent souls. "Frost seal!" Perfected Lord Luo Shui shouted and conjured hand seals. Her spirit consciousness fluctuated as she released a dermic art from Snowdrift Valley. The temperature on the battlefield dipped instantly. Layers of frost appeared on the surface of the flying swords. In fact, perfected Lord Han Yi and the others even felt signs of their bloodlines and dermic powers freezing up. "Go!" Monk Een Lu flicked his finger, and a dark speck of flame drifted into the center of the battlefield. Crackle! The flame ignited, and the dermic powers in the air burned. Together, perfected Lord Yu Jun, perfected Lord Luo Shui, and Monk Een Lu instantly created a huge hole in the dermic power net weaved by the 12 nascent souls. Perfected Lord Yu Jun waved his sleeves, and they extended 100 feet as though they were alive. They coiled in the direction of Su Zimo and attempted to save him from the chaotic battlefield. This was a massive battle between nascent souls. An ordinary golden core would definitely die if he was drawn into the fight. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo sensed the fluctuation in the dermic power in the air and channeled his inner core. All of a sudden, his blood chi surged and his speed exploded as he burst away from the radius of perfected Lord Yu Jun's sleeves. In a flash, Su Zimo tore through the hole in the dermic power web and charged towards perfected Lord Han Yi. "You!" Perfected Lord Yu Jun froze for a moment. Before he could react, the situation in midair underwent an earth-shaking change. Su Zimo relied on the help from perfected Lord Yu Jun and the other 2 to break free from the obstruction of the 12 nascent souls, and he was now less than 30 feet away from perfected Lord Han Yi. Perfected Lord Han Yi's expression changed starkly as he fled in retreat without hesitation. At the same time, his glabella shone and his hands shifted rapidly to conjure a dermic seal that gathered at his fingertips. Dermic powers converged into it relentlessly, gushing with a horrifying might. All of a sudden, a figure appeared behind perfected Lord Han Yi. It was imperceptible under the guise of the night, like a phantom. It was Night Spirit. Nobody noticed how Night Spirit entered the battlefield. By the time everyone realized, Night Spirit was behind perfected Lord Han Yi and had already extended his palm, thrusting it into the latter's back. "Watch out!" Monk Yuan Kong, perfected Lord Tianming, and the others yelled in shock. Perfected Lord Han Yi, was a top-tier expert of the nascent soul realm after all. He reacted within a split second, and dermic powers exploded from his robes with a bright glow. 5 dermic patterns. He was wearing a perfect grade, defensive, perfected Lord dermic weapon. As a top-tier expert of the nascent soul who had undergone countless battles and a perfected Lord of Chaos Essence Sect, there was no way he would not possess some treasures. How could he be killed in melee range so easily? Chapter 753, Pursuit. Chapter 753, Pursuit. Bang. Night Spirit thrust his palm into perfected Lord Han Yi's back. The glow of the perfect grade perfected Lord Dao robe flickered momentarily before dimming. The Dao robe caved in deeply, and perfected Lord Han Yi shuddered. Blood drained from his face as he staggered to the front. Even the dermic art that had yet to form in his hand was dispersed by the attack. Nobody understood the shock perfected Lord Han Yi experienced at that moment. It was lucky that he wore a perfect grade, perfected Lord Dao robe. If it was any other supreme grade dermic weapon, his organs might have been ruptured by Night Spirit's attack. That sort of power was way too terrifying. Perfected Lord Han Yi did not dare to linger at all and fled into the distance. He had the perfect grade, perfected Lord Dao robe with him. As long as he could hold out for a couple of breaths, perfected Lord Tianming and the others would be able to step in and rescue him. However, although he was fast, Su Zimo was faster. Hand over your life. Su Zimo shouted and released divine steed fleeting, gliding through the voids before arriving instantly behind perfected Lord Han Yi. He reached out and flung his arm in the direction of perfected Lord Han Yi's head. His arm coiled and trembled around perfected Lord Han Yi's head like the trunk of a divine elephant. Snap! Right in front of countless gazes, perfected Lord Han Yi's head spun a few times around his own neck, and his spine was completely snapped. Rumble! A bloodied head that was completely mangled fell to the ground. The burst power of that attack ruptured perfected Lord Han Yi's brains completely, and his essence spirit did not even have the chance to escape. Perfected Lord Han Yi was dead. The chaotic battle on the surface paused for a brief moment. Nobody expected the battle to be this tragic, such that a nascent soul died right after the commencement of the fight. Furthermore, he died to a golden core, the number 1 perfected being. This was the true number 1 perfected being. That was the courage and capabilities befitting someone at the top of the phenomenon ranking. Within the crowd of the battle royale, Di-een heaved a deep breath of air, and a resolute look flashed through his eyes. Without hesitation, he bolted in a flash to escape Myriad Phenomenon City. He had fled. Given the current circumstances, the number 1 of the previous phenomenon ranking chose to escape. The cultivators that noticed what he did sighed with emotional looks on their faces. At the same time, all of them could empathize with Di-een. Su Zimo was way too strong. Even a nascent soul was killed by him. Di-een had no choice but to avoid Su Zimo. As long as he survived, given his talent and potential, he could rise again after advancing to the nascent soul realm. At that time, he could challenge Su Zimo again and might have a shot at winning. Both on the ground and in midair, the golden cores and nascent souls were fighting in a chaotic mess. Di-een's movements were nothing special, and he did not attract the attention of many people. However, Su Zimo noticed him. He had kept his eyes on Di-een's activity right from the beginning without relaxing at all. In his heart, Di-een was a greater threat than perfected Lord Tianming and the others. If he missed this opportunity, it would be too difficult to kill Di-een once they returned to Tianhuang mainland with the protection of a massive faction, such as Chaos Essence Sect. Su Zimo made his decision the moment he thought about that. Night Spirit, stay here and take care of Xiaoning and the others. I'll go and kill Di-een. Su Zimo, left that statement and burst forward in a flash, charging in the direction where Diin disappeared. Trying to run. Leave the purple thunder manual behind. Perfected Lord Tianming, Perfected Lord Beidou, and the others stood out in succession to block him. Naturally, there was no way Perfected Lord Yu Jun, Perfected Lord Luo Shui, and Monkey Lu were going to stand by idly as they released many dermic arts and secret skills to defend against most of the attacks. Monk Wei Fu managed to break free from Monkey Lu and appeared in front of Su Zimo in a flash. Amitabha. He let out a long Buddhist proclamation and extended his palm, gripping it into a fist. Blood chi surged, and his arm shone with a blinding light as though it was covered with a layer of gold. Boom! He threw a punch out. Dermic powers surged, and the voids trembled. Monk Wei Fu had a burning gaze as he glared into Su Zimo's eyes, shouting, "Demon, where do you think you're going?" With that, Monk Wei Fu released 2 secret skills and a dermic art of Diamond Monastery. The secret skills were none other than the enraged Diamond Gaze and Lion Roar. The dermic art was Monk Wei Fu's punch. Known as the Diamond Fiend Suppression Punch, it was the ultimate technique that supported Diamond Monastery. Every single punch contained a ton of power and could subdue evil and fiends, as though one was imbued with diamond. However, Monk Wei Fu's visual technique could not affect Su Zimo at all. Su Zimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness regularly, and was superior to Monk Wei Fu in terms of visual prowess. Furthermore, Su Zimo cultivated illumination daily with an unwavering resolve. The enraged Diamond Gaze could not push him back at all. Get lost! Su Zimo was in a rush to catch up to Diin and did not wish to be stopped here as he released a tremendous roar. It was the secret skill, Thunderclap Kill. The power of his lungs was way too strong. The roar engulfed Monk Wei Fu's lion roar instantly like a sudden thunderbolt. Su Zimo's eyes shone ferociously as he faced Monk Wei Fu's incoming golden fist. Without dodging or avoiding, he charged forward and threw his leg ahead. A gigantic ravine seemed to have formed in the air. Using Plow Heaven Stride as a foundation, Su Zimo threw out a punch as well, channeling his inner core to gather his blood chi towards his fist. Everything burst forth the moment he clashed against Monk Wei Fu. Boom! There was a deafening sound. Their surroundings seemed to have frozen. The next moment, a figure was repelled and nearly fell from the skies. Monk Wei Fu had a frightfully pale face, and the robes on his arm were shredded into pieces. His flesh split apart with a series of frightening bloody rips. Pissed, a perfected lord of Diamond Monastery that specialized in body tempering, was sent flying by a single punch from Su Zimo. To think that Su Zimo's melee combat strength would be this terrifying. Su Zimo did not pause at all as he tore through countless obstacles and continued his pursuit for Diin. Diin sped the entire way. When he heard the commotion, he turned around instinctively and caught sight of Su Zimo, who was sprinting towards him. Lunatic! He cursed as he conjured hand seals and channeled spirit energy. 5 elements escape. Fight streams of lights with a myriad of colors shone from Diin's body, and his speed exploded, as though he was in resonance with heaven and earth. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze and slapped his storage bag, grabbing a handful of elixirs to stuff into his mouth. The elixirs in his storage bag were all at perfect grade. The moment they entered his tummy, the elixirs were converted into rumbling spirit energy that cruised through his limbs before converging in his dantian. Su Zimo was invigorated, and a pair of gigantic wings spread behind him. Ethereal wings. Coupled with Su Zimo's blood chi and the burst of his body, a green streak of light bolted by at a terrifying speed when he flapped his wings. The 2 monster incarnates rushed out of Myriad Phenomenon City, one after another. The one at the front was running for his life. All his attention was focused on his pursuer. Neither of them noticed that not far away from Myriad Phenomenon City, a group of cultivators was approaching slowly. There were around 100 cultivators, and all of them were tall and muscular. All of them wore black robes that concealed their appearances beneath a dark hood as they emanated malevolent auras. Is this the Myriad Phenomenon City of the human race? The black-robed man that led the group paused in his tracks and raised his head slowly to gaze at the majestic ancient city before him. Suddenly he laughed sinisterly. We're finally here. Chapter 754. Change in Myriad Phenomenon City. Chapter 754. Change in Myriad Phenomenon City. Commander, hurry, look over there. A black-robed cultivator pointed to the east of Myriad Phenomenon City, where two figures were sprinting away from Myriad Phenomenon City, one after the other. They arrived from the south, so they did not encounter the two figures. The black-robed cultivator said deeply, "The man at the back has a pair of wings. That seems like a secret skill that was created by imitating our bloodline. Commander, please permit me to kill the two of them." Another black-robed cultivator said murderously, "They are sullying our bloodline by trying to imitate it. They deserve to die." The black-robed man that led them turned his head slightly, and two cold glints flashed from the depths of his dark hood. "Go and return quickly. The rest of you, follow me into Myriad Phenomenon City. The paragons of the human race are all gathered here. They must have a lot of treasures with them, and we can defeat them all at the same time. I heard that the god race has entered the ancient battlefield this time round as well. We can't let them get ahead of us." "Understood." The black-robed cultivator bowed and was about to chase after the two figures in the east. The black-robed man mulled and said, "Be careful. Judging from their speed, those two should be top-tier paragons of the human race. Don't underestimate them and end up dying." "Don't worry, Commander." The black-robed cultivator smirked. "Humans have a weak, innate bloodline. No matter how much effort they spend cultivating, they are no match for us." "All right, go on." The black-robed man nodded. The black-robed cultivator transformed into a dark streak of light in a flash and disappeared from the spot. His speed was frightening. Myriad Phenomenon City. Although Su Zimo and Di-een had already left, perfected Lord Hanyi's death caused the chaotic battle to spiral out of control completely. Under Nya Hao's lead, Chaos Essence Sect, along with Su Cheng of Zephyr Thunder Palace and Monk Jian Kong of Hollow Monastery, released a bombardment of ferocious attacks against Little Fatty, Shi Jian, Ji, Qingtian, Night Spirit, Monkey, and the others. There were many paragons from the Immortal and Buddha sects, and they surrounded Little Fatty, and the others right in the middle. It was lucky that Thousand Crane Sect and Elixir Yang Sect were on their side because of Lung Ro, Ji Qingtian, and Xiaoning. Otherwise, they would have been drowned by the thousands of paragons on the opposing end. Talismans filled the skies and flying swords streaked everywhere. Among them, the 6 demon beasts, Monkey, the Spirit, Ching Ching, Night Spirit, Little Fox, and the Golden Lion went on a massacre and burst forth with terrifying combat strength. Monkey, the Spirit Tiger, and the Golden Lion rammed through the crowd, and not many cultivators could stand in their way. Some of them merely suffered light injuries, such as snapped tendons and broken bones, but others died on the spot. Ching Ching reverted to her true form and flapped her gigantic wings, spiraling in midair with sharp fangs and claws. Little Fox released her fox charming techniques and gazed at weak-willed cultivators, bewitching them instantly to create chaos in the crowd. Night Spirit was the most frightening among them. Like a phantom, he shuttled through the crowd. His feet barely touched the ground, and there was barely anyone who could even touch his clothes. Everywhere his shadow passed by, paragons died. The true uproar happened when Su Cheng, who was number 4 on the phenomenon ranking, found his head separated from his body in less than 10 moves against Night Spirit. His golden core phenomenon, the apocalyptic Five Thunders, was shattered by 3 punches from Night Spirit. The battle turned increasingly tragic and bloody as it dragged on. There were cultivators from both factions injured or dead. It was difficult to end a massive battle as such the moment it started. In midair, Perfected Lord Tianming, Perfected Lord Beidou, and the others tried to stop Night Spirit countless times when they saw cultivators from their factions dying to him. However, Perfected Lord Yujun, Perfected Lord Luo Shui, and Monk Yin Lu managed to hold them back. Yujun! Perfected Lord Tianming narrowed his gaze and shouted murderously. Perfected Lord Tianming died from an ambush of the demon race, and cultivators from the immortal and Buddhist sects are being murdered by those beasts as well. Yet, you're trying to stop us from stepping in to kill them? Perfected Lord Han Yi deserved to die. Perfected Lord Luo Shui sneered. As someone from an immortal sect and a nascent soul, he ambushed a golden core. He deserved to die 100 times over. Amit Ba. Monk Yin Lu frowned as well as he said deeply, "This battle started from your end. Do you expect them to surrender obediently and die in your hands without a fight?" Perfected Lord Yujun declared loudly, "Tianming Beidou, lay down the orders to stop and leave everything else for me to settle. Do you guys really wish to see myriad Phenomenon City turn into rivers of blood and have mountains of corpses built in front of the myriad Phenomenon Peak?" "Stop." Perfected Lord Tianming laughed menacingly. "We'll talk about stopping after the group of them and their beasts pay with their lives." "Huh." The Perfected Lord of Overlord Palace, who was watching by the sidelines, clapped and said gloatingly, "Fight, fight! All of you from the immortal and Buddhist sects love to preach about your self-righteousness. Yet, you guys look nothing more than disgusting and pathetic right now." Perfected Lord Chu Yu of Azura sect was watching coldly by the sidelines with crossed arms as well. However, he frowned slightly. "Hee hee." Right then, a sinister laughter sounded, and it actually overwhelmed the chaotic noises of the massive battle and echoed in every single corner of myriad Phenomenon City. Puny ants indeed. The voice was erratic and sounded as though it came from everywhere. Its origin could not be determined. Even the Perfected Lord of Overlord Palace knitted his brows tightly with an indeterminate expression. His glabella shone as he spread his spirit consciousness all around in a continuous search. Perfected Lord Chu Yu of Azura sect seemed to have detected something as he spun around and gazed to the south. On the long street in the south, a group of black-robed cultivators approached. There were around 100 of them, and they were all unusually bulky and tall. They were even taller than 10 feet. Although they wore black robes and their appearances could not be seen, it was clear from their figures that they were not humans. Chu Yu shuddered when his spirit consciousness made contact with the group of them, and he retracted it immediately. What a strong malevolent chi! His spirit consciousness was almost tainted by the malevolent chi the moment it made contact with a group of cultivators, and his essence spirit was almost injured. The Perfected Lord of Overlord Palace had a slightly grim look. Clearly, he had also noticed the strangeness of the group of black-robed cultivators. The nascent souls that were fighting in the air had no intention of stopping. All of them merely glanced over casually without paying much attention. Perfected Lord Yujun was the only one who seemed to recall something as his pupils constricted. "That's the thing about humans. You love to fight among yourselves." The black-robed man in the lead approached and stopped in his tracks. "In my opinion, humans will cause themselves to go extinct sooner or later, even without any catastrophes or calamities." "Who is there?" The Perfected Lord of Overlord Palace questioned loudly. "Who?" The black-robed man sneered. "Do you think you're worthy to know?" "Insolent. Brazen. Who is this coward who is hiding his face?" The cultivators of Overlord Palace did not partake in the chaotic battle. One of them could not hold himself back and arrived before the black-robed cultivator in a flash. He brought out a spear and thrust forward instantly. The spear streaked through the air and buzzed. It was clear how powerful the attack was. The black-robed man in the lead did not move at all. Behind him, a black-robed cultivator flickered and bolted forward in a flash. His black robes covered everything as he dragged the cultivator along with the spear into them instantly. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed cultivator reappeared on where he was. It was as though he had never moved. However, the cultivator of Overlord Palace was gone. Before everyone could recover from their surprise, a series of weird sounds came from beneath the cultivator's black robes. Crack, crack, rip, rip. It was as though someone was biting off the flesh and chewing on the bones. Pissed. Many cultivators had goosebumps all over their bodies. Chapter 755, Rakshasa Race. Chapter 755, Rakshasa Race. A thick blood stench emanated out. One after another, lumps of flesh fell beside the feet of the black-robed cultivator. A golden core of Overlord Palace was eaten alive by that black-robed cultivator. Any cultivator that could arrive in Myriad Phenomenon City had witnessed deaths and have killed others as well. However, they were still shocked nevertheless when they witnessed a cultivator eaten alive, mouthful by mouthful. Some of the female cultivators turned pale and their tummies churned. Unable to control themselves, they vomited on the spot. Night Spirit, who was initially in a massacre in the battlefield, suddenly stopped as though he sensed something. His ears twitched as he sniffed in the air and his expression changed. In a flash, he disappeared into the crowd and vanished. Brother Zhao. The fiend heir of Overlord Palace, Pengyu, was enraged when he saw that as he let out a tragic cry. Without a second word, he brought forth a spear and charged towards the black-robed cultivator on the other end. Another person who wishes to die. A black-robed cultivator in the crowd laughed and moved. Leave this one for me to eat. The moment he said that, he vanished from the spot. Pang Yu felt his vision blur, as though a shadow passed by. Not good. He lamented internally. It was too fast. That speed was much faster than he could see with his eyes. Swoosh! It was as though someone was blowing at the back of his neck. A chilling intent rose from the bottom of his feet, and his hair stood on end. Pang Yu did not hesitate and released his golden core phenomenon right away. Boom! The power of phenomenon churned in midair. Spirit energy circled Pang Yu continuously and converged rapidly to form a terrifying, pitch-black spear. The spear crackled with lightning and quivered slightly. Even the voids cried in its presence. Overlord Palace's legacy phenomenon, heavenly thrusting spear. Too late. The moment Pang Yu released his golden core phenomenon, two words sounded in his ears with a hint of mockery, playfulness, and killing intent. Immediately, he felt a chill down his throat. It was a chill that he could not be more familiar with. It was the coldness of a sword's blade. In less than a single breath, an outcome between their fight was decided. Right in front of many cultivators, Pang Yu charged forward and the black-robed cultivator vanished. The moment Pang Yu released his golden core phenomenon, a phantom-like shadow appeared behind him, gripping a cold, curved saber and swinging it towards his throat. A paragon who was on the top 10 of the phenomenon ranking could not survive a single attack from the black-robed cultivator. Just as everyone thought that Pang Yu's head was going to be severed from his body, a series of spear shadows streaked through the air densely towards the black-robed cultivator at an extremely fast speed. The spear shadows possessed a wisp of heaven and earth's might. It was a dermic art. The nascent souls had attacked. Many cultivators turned over. The perfected lord of Overlord Palace glared deeply at the group of black-robed cultivators with a grim expression. He shuffled his fingers to create hand seals, and the dermic power in his body surged. He was the one that produced the dense spear shadows. Damn it! The black-robed cultivator who was initially behind Pang Yu shrieked, and his black robes suddenly tore apart, falling through the air in pieces. The true appearance of the black-robed cultivator was fully exposed. He was extremely tall with black skin and a pair of jet-black meat wings on his back. They were full spread and were dozens of feet wide. The black-robed cultivator looked extremely ugly with a green face and bared fangs. His nose was pointed to the skies, and his fingers and toes had sharp, curved nails that shimmered coldly. That was no human. It resembled a malevolent ghost from hell. The green-faced malevolent ghost sensed the pressure behind him and could not pierce Pang Yu's throat in time. He revealed his true form and flapped his wings, transforming into a dark streak of light. Sure, sure, sure. The streak of light was extremely fast and surpassed the sensory reactions of every cultivator present. He shuttled through the dense spear shadows with unusual nimbleness and dodged through everything before reappearing behind the black-robed man. The crowd was shocked. On the one hand, they were shocked at the repulsive and ugly appearance of the creature. On the other hand, they were shocked at his capabilities. There was no dermic power fluctuation from the green-faced, malevolent ghost. In other words, he was only at Golden Core realm at the very most. However, he was able to escape fully unscathed from a nascent soul's killing move by relying on his terrifying speed, and he was only a Golden Core. Pang Yu felt his limbs go cold. Although he managed to survive, his heart palpitated and had not calmed down. A thin bloodline appeared on his throat. If the perfected lord of Overlord Palace was a single step slower, he would have been a corpse. You have a death wish. The moment the green-faced malevolent ghost returned to the crowd, the black-robed man at the lead suddenly released a loud roar, and his black robes exploded as well. He had the most muscular body among the black-robed cultivators, and his black meat wings produced a shuddering malevolent chi. Swoosh! The black-robed man vanished. You guys are... The eyes of Overlord Palace's perfected lord constricted violently. He had just raised his spear, and his mouth was slightly agape after saying 3 words when he came to an abrupt stop. It was as though time froze. Right in front of many cultivators, the black-robed man vanished. By the time he reappeared, he was already behind the perfected lord of Overlord Palace, and his wings were retracted. The black-robed man wielded 2 extremely curved sabers that were etched with complicated, ancient patterns in each hand. Drip, drip. Grisly blood droplets fell slowly one after another from the sharp blades. Rumble. The head of Overlord Palace's perfected lord slid down from his neck and rolled a few times on the ground. The eyes of the bloodied head were wide open, as though they experienced immense shock-up till his death. The perfected lord of Overlord Palace was dead. He could not survive a single attack from the black-robed man. Many cultivators watched the scene unfold squarely, and their minds went blank. Everything had happened way too quickly, and suddenly. Pang Yu's gaze froze. Before he could even rejoice over his survival, his sex senior who stood in to save him was already dead. The nascent souls who were initially fighting to their deaths in midair came to a stop in unison. Perfected Lord Yu Jun, perfected Lord Beidou, perfected Lord Tianming, Monkey Lu, and the others had grim expressions as they stared the creatures with green faces and bared fangs on the long street. There was a deep cautiousness in the depths of their eyes. In fact, it was fear. The chaotic battle on the ground came to a stop as well. Even a fool could tell that the green-faced beings with bared fangs were hostile. Initially, the massive myriad phenomenon city was filled with clamor and murderous yells. In the blink of an eye, it was dead silent. A blood stench wafted through the air with a murderous intent. Night Spirit was hidden among the crowd. He glared at the green-faced beings with bared fangs. Although his eyes surged with killing intent, they deepened as he retracted his aura and tried his best to conceal his gaze so that the opposing faction would not notice. Little Fatty stood right beside Lin Xuanji and could clearly detect the minute actions coming from the latter. Lin Xuanji's hands behind his back were trembling, slightly. "Brother Lin, what's their background?" Little Fatty whispered. With an ashen expression, Lin Xuanji gulped before replying slowly. "One of the primordial 9 races, the Rakshasa race." Chapter 756, Giving Up Without a Fight. Chapter 756, Giving Up Without a Fight. Little Fatty and the others were shaken by what they heard. Instantly, the stories and legends of the primordial 9 races surged into their minds. Legend has it that, in the primordial era, there were 10,000 races that stood dominant. Among them, 9 of them reigned supreme, and they were later known as the primordial 9 races. The 9 races reigned above the 10,000 races, and their status was unshakable. Bloodlines, legacy memories, secret skills, and cultivation techniques that were passed down from the 9 races were way too strong and could suppress the 10,000 races. Unlike humans who were innately weak, the 9 races were incomparably strong from birth. Even without cultivating, they were strong enough to dominate the 10,000 races, let alone humans who were oppressed right at the bottom as slaves. In the eyes of the primordial 9 races, humans were even cheaper than ants. A legendary war broke out in the primordial era that exterminated countless races with bones laid everywhere and rivers of blood. Because of that, the primordial 9 races was severely injured as well. Otherwise, the human race would not have had any chance to rise. In the ancient war thereafter, humans secured a tragic victory. The primordial 9 races were severely injured and scattered all around Tianhuang mainland to live ignobly. Those were later on known as the 9 Forbidden Grounds. Be it seniors from Immortal, Buddhist of fiend sects, they would always instruct their disciples to never ever step foot into the 9 Forbidden Grounds. Even during the golden era of the human race, where multiple emperors rose and a legendary talent, such as the human emperor, was born, the primordial 9 races could not be wiped out entirely. That was enough to show the terror of their foundation. For most cultivators, their knowledge of the primordial 9 races only came from some sparse descriptions in ancient books, or from brief descriptions from seniors of their sections. It was said that even the most ordinary existence in the bloodline of the primordial 9 races could easily kill anyone else from the other races of the same cultivation realm, humans included. For the primordial 9 races, the strongest among them with the purest bloodlines could even kill cultivators who were in major cultivation realms above them. Those were originally merely legends. But now it has turned into a bloodied truth. The most muscular Rakshasa was clearly one of those with strong bloodlines. Although he was at the Golden Core realm, his movement techniques were extremely swift, such that even nascent souls could not react to him. In midair, perfected Lord Tianming, perfected Lord Beidou, and the others had grim expressions. If they were in the position of Overlord Palace's perfected lord, they would have died as well. Sigh. We did not manage to avoid this in the end. Perfected Lord Yu Jun gave a long sigh and revealed a deep look of worry in his eyes. The reason why the phenomenon ranking was pushed forward for more than a month this time round was because he had caught wind of news that clansmen from the primordial 9 races had entered the ancient battlefield. After the ancient war, clansmen from the primordial 9 races rarely appeared in Tianhuang mainland. However, each time they did, there would be a bloodbath. 10,000 years ago, an earth-shaking catastrophe was even created that resulted in the annihilation of 2 super sects and a great empire that lasted for 10,000 years. This time round, perfected Lord Yu Jun received news that one of the primordial 9 races, the God race, had appeared in the ancient battlefield. The god race definitely had a motive for entering the ancient battlefield, but he did not know exactly what it was. However, in order to avoid any clashes with them, Perfected Lord Yu Jun chose to push the fight for the phenomenon ranking forward, to think that they could not avoid it eventually. Furthermore, judging from the current situation, the circumstances were worse than he had imagined. The Rakshasa race had already entered Myriad Phenomenon City before the God race appeared. They waged a massacre the moment they attacked. They were hostile. The Rakshasa race was the most violent among the primordial 9 races. With meat wings behind their backs, they were extremely swift and ate people. Furthermore, they loved to consume flesh and bones. Among the Rakshasa race, the men were extremely hideous with dark skin, red hair, green eyes, and faces with bared fangs. They looked absolutely terrifying. However, the women were beautiful, charming, and looked no different from humans. The Rakshasa race also possessed the fastest speed among the primordial 9 races. Perfected Lord Yu Jun glared at the tallest and most muscular Rakshasa leader before asking deeply, "Why has the Rakshasa race visited Myriad Phenomenon City that belongs to our human race? We're naturally here to eat some humans." The Rakshasa leader laughed sinisterly and revealed a pair of bloodied and sharp fangs. Ow, ow. The Rakshasa clansmen behind him became extremely excited and peeled off their black robes. Each of them spread their black meat wings and revealed their true appearances, smacking their lips as though they wanted to charge forward immediately. Perfected Lord Yu Jun's face flashed with rage before slowly calming down. However, Perfected Lord Tianming, Perfected Lord Beidou, and the others had shimmering gazes as they glanced out of Myriad Phenomenon City from time to time in deep thoughts. Perfected Lord Yu Jun said coldly, "Everyone of the Rakshasa race, Myriad Phenomenon City, is a sacred place for the human race, and there are more than 100,000 human paragons gathered here right now. There's only slightly more than 100 of you. If we truly break out into a fight, how many of you can manage to scrape out alive?" His tone was murderous and robust. As the successor of Enigma Palace, no matter how cautious he was in his heart, he could not retreat. Furthermore, there were many paragons of the human race in Myriad Phenomenon City. If they banded together, they would be a force to reckon with, and the 100-odd Rakshasa clansmen might not be able to win. Human paragons. The Rakshasa leader extended a grisly red tongue and smacked his lips before snickering. "I love to eat the flesh and drink the blood of paragons." The moment he said that, his figure vanished. The expressions of Perfected Lord Yu Jun and the others changed starkly. Immediately after, the Rakshasa leader's voice sounded. It was erratic, and his exact location could not be determined, but his voice spread through the entire Myriad Phenomenon City. "There's so much fresh meat here. Kill them." More than 100 Rakshasa clansmen soared into the air and transformed into streaks of dark light that bolted into the crowd for a massacre. "How dare you!" Perfected Lord Yu Jun was enraged and summoned his destiny flying sword immediately. It hovered in front of his chest as he shouted, "Everyone, don't panic, as long as we stick together." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by another voice. "Cultivators of Zephyr Thunder Palace, heed my orders and swiftly follow me to leave Myriad Phenomenon City." Perfected Lord Tianming's voice sounded and lightning crackled around him as winds howled. He had released his sect's secret skill, Zephyr Thunder Escape, to flee out of Myriad Phenomenon City. "Cultivators of Heavenly Dipper Sect, heed my orders. All of you get out of this place." Perfected Lord Beidou's figure flashed as he fled out of Myriad Phenomenon City with a panicked expression without hesitation. Immediately after, monks Yuan Kong and Wei Fu pumped down similar orders. There were more than a dozen nascent souls, but in the blink of an eye, half of them chose to flee without fighting. The many golden cores present were undecided in their flusters to begin with. When they heard the voices, Many cultivators fled away from Myriad Phenomenon City instinctively. Instantly, the long street was in chaos. There were screams and tragic cries. "You guys!" Perfected Lord Eugene's eyes were widened as chills ran down his body. Initially, their only shot at survival was if they joined forces and let go of bygones to stand together against the Rakshasa race. But now Zephyr Thunder Palace, Heavenly Dipper Sect, Hollow Monastery, and some other sects chose to escape without fighting. That was equivalent to them giving up their final opportunity. Escape. Perfected Lord Luo Shui gave a bitter chuckle. Who will be able to escape? Even Zephyr Thunder Palace's unparalleled escape technique can't compare to the speed of the Rakshasa race. How foolish. Monk Ian Lu sighed helplessly. Perfected Lord Eugene gazed at the chaotic long street and fleeing cultivators with a sense of turmoil as tears welled in his eyes. All of those paragons were going to turn into the prey of the Rakshasa race, and there would be no survivors left. Chapter 757, Shifting Tides. Chapter 757, Shifting Tides. Perfected Lord Tianming released Zephyr, Thunder Escape, and Dermic powers surged. Like a thunderbolt, he sprinted away from Myriad Phenomenon City without stopping. In fact, he was not even bothered about the disciples in his sect. Perfected Lord Tianming was not a sealer in his twilight years. He was a nascent soul that was in his prime. There was no way he was going to sacrifice his life to protect the disciples of his sect. His expression was panicked, with a deep hint of fear in his eyes. He did not make the decision out of a moment of foolishness. It was a decisive choice judging from the situation. The primordial 9 races was way too terrifying. His fear towards the primordial 9 races was already rooted and stemmed from the depths of his bloodline. There was no way to resist it. It was the same way how a mortal would feel fearful upon encountering a ferocious beast, even without fighting it. Furthermore, Perfected Lord Tianming knew that he was no match for the Rakshasa leader after witnessing the latter's terrifying capabilities. If he lingered in Myriad Phenomenon City, he would definitely die. Right now, they might have a shot at survival if they chose to escape. In truth, Perfected Lord Tianming was not the only one. Even Perfected Lord Beidou, Monk Yuan Kong, and most of the other Perfected Lords had the same thoughts. Myriad Phenomenon City was in chaos. Figures danced in midair one after another. Sinister laughters echoed through the entire city. The Rakshasa clansmen bared their mouths and revealed bloodied fangs as they gazed at the cultivators scurrying in escape. Their gazes were fervent as though they were looking at a delicious feast. Poof! A purple firmament sect cultivator had barely moved when he found his chest punctured by a dark light, causing fresh blood to spurt. The person's gaze froze and gradually dimmed. His body paused momentarily before exploding suddenly. He died right on the spot. Ah! A nun from Clear Heart Nunnery was overcast by a shadow the moment she soared into the air. Before she could release her golden core phenomenon, she nearly fainted from sharp pain in her abdomen. Instinctively, she looked down. She saw a bloodied claw protruding from her abdomen, wielding a round golden core in its palm. Her head slanted to the side, and she fainted. The Rakshasa clansman, tore out her golden core and tossed it into his mouth, swallowing it. Immediately after, he dug out the nun's heart and stuffed it into his mouth as well, chewing it with blood splashing everywhere. Similar scenes were repeated elsewhere constantly. Although they were all at Golden Core realm, human paragons could not withstand a single attack against a Rakshasa clansman. Even ordinary Golden Core phenomenons were shattered with ease by the Rakshasa race. Only paragons on the phenomenon ranking could hold out briefly when they released their Golden Core phenomenons. However, the Rakshasa race specialized in speed and movement techniques. The paragons of the phenomenon ranking could only struggle and defend upon release of their Golden Core phenomenons. Once the power of their phenomenon was depleted, they would be nothing more than fish on a chopping board. More than 100 Rakshasa clansmen shuttled through the crowd, wildly wielding sabers in their hands. Blood and corpse was left in the wake of everywhere they passed. The streams of dark light were like scythes of the reaper that collected the lives of human paragons. There were more than 100,000 cultivators fleeing in all directions. Little Fatty and the others were gathered together, and their small group had yet to attract the attention of the Rakshasa race. What should we do? Little Fatty's forehead was filled with sweat as he asked softly. The group of them was gathered purely because of Su Zimo. Now that he wasn't around, none of them had any plans. They had various expressions and different thoughts. What's there to be afraid of? Monkey's eyes were bright and bloodshot as he glared at the Rakshasa dark lights that streaked through the air one after another. With a fierce gaze, he said in a chilling voice, "We'll just kill the hell out of them no matter what race they are." Heis. Ji Qingtian sighed. While that may be the case, the Rakshasa race is simply way too terrifying. Although he had a pained expression when he looked at cultivators in the city dying one after another with their heads severed, he felt a sense of helplessness. Xiaoning pursed her lips tightly and was about to tear up. Even with Lung Ro's cold personality, her heart wrenched at the sight of her fellow sect, mates from Thousand Cranes sect dying, and she had a bitter expression. The spirit tiger gulped, and his eyes shone as he whispered, "Brother Monkey, the Rakshasa race has yet to provoke us. Let's avoid their brutality for the time being." Lin Xuanji sighed at the sight of this. Even within their group, everyone had varied opinions, let alone 100,000 cultivators that came from all over Tianhuang mainland from different sects and factions. It was completely unrealistic for the 100,000 cultivators to band together. Their cohesiveness was gone. It was going to be difficult for the human paragons to escape from today's calamity. Notwithstanding Little Fatty and the others, even the demon beasts on Su Zimo's side, such as Little Fox, Ching Ching, the golden lion, and the spirit tiger, were flustered with fear in their eyes. Monkey was the only one with a prideful gaze and sustained ferocity. Night Spirit was expressionless as he followed behind everyone with a cool gaze. Nobody could read his thoughts. "Night Spirit, what do you think?" Monkey turned to ask. "We'll take advantage of the chaos to escape." Night Spirit spoke with a deep voice. "If we get into a fight, it'll be difficult for us to escape unscathed." Monkey calmed down and gathered his thoughts. Even if he was confident in his unparalleled combat strength, he would only be able to take on up to 2 Rakshasa clansmen at best. The group of them merely consisted of slightly more than 10 people. However, there were more than 100 from the Rakshasa race. Furthermore, there was an even more terrifying Rakshasa leader who could kill nascent souls. If a fight were to break out, the majority of them would not be able to avoid the slaughter of the Rakshasa race. Let's flee from Myriad Phenomenon City first. The tides are no longer on our side. Right then, Lin Xuanji's voice sounded with a hint of fatigue and exasperation. Since they had a decision, the group of them no longer hesitated. "Let's leave too." Monkey beckoned, and the group of them followed the crowd to flee out of Myriad Phenomenon City. In midair, perfected Lord Tianming sprinted the entire way with lightning speed. Hot on his tails was a sword light that traveled at an extremely fast speed. "Yu Hua, get lost." Perfected Lord Tianming caught sight of the sword light from the corner of his eyes, and his expression changed as he hollered. The sword light was perfected Lord Yu Hua from Sword Sect, who had released Sword Escape. Perfected Lord Tianming knew that if 2 nascent souls were gathered together, they would become a greater target and attract the attention of the Rakshasa race more easily. "Why don't you scram further instead?" Perfected Lord Yu Hua was not willing to relent and rebutted instead. Before his sentence was finished, both perfected Lord Tianming and perfected Lord Yu Hua felt a chill down their spines. An evil gust of wind blew, and a dark light tore through the air. It was too fast. The Rakshasa leader had actually caught up to them in a flash. Perfected Lord Yu Hua was fully focused on escaping and reacted a tad too late. A blood light flashed, and the next moment his head was severed from his body. A tiny man that glowed flew out of Perfected Lord Yu Hua's glabella with a flustered expression. After leaving the body, it trembled all over, clearly unable to withstand the killing intent and blood lust shrouding around myriad phenomenon city. The essence spirits of nascent souls were way too fragile. The moment the essence spirit of a perfected lord leaves his body, it is extremely susceptible to irrecoverable damage and might even die. However, at that moment, perfected Lord Yu Hua could not afford that many considerations. Yet, the moment his essence spirit escaped, it was gripped by a pitch-black, muscular palm. Caw, caw! The Rakshasa leader's laughter sounded. I've yet to experience the taste of a perfected lord's essence spirit. I'll savor it today. He stuffed perfected Lord Yu Hua's essence spirit into his mouth and crushed it within a few chomps. Perfected Lord Tianming felt chills run down his spine at the sight of that. His limbs went cold, and he almost fell from midair. Chapter 758 Arrival of the God Race. Chapter 758 Arrival of the God Race. The Rakshasa leader consumed perfected Lord Yu Hua's essence spirit and shifted his gaze towards perfected Lord Tianming, who was not far away. He snickered and revealed a row of blood-stained and menacing fangs. It's over. Perfected Lord Tianming was devastated and had even given up on resisting entirely. How dare you, outsider race! Prepare to die! A series of deafening yells sounded from midair. It was perfected Lord Yu Jun, perfected Lord Luo Shui, and Monkey Lu who had arrived just in time. They struck at the same time without hesitation and released the strongest secret skills of their sex. Instantly, dermic power surged and the weather changed. The Rakshasa leader could sense the terror of the power, although perfected Lord Yu Jun and the others were behind him. While the Rakshasa race was one of the primordial 9 races, and he could kill nascent souls who were a major cultivation realm above him, it did not mean that his power was enough for him to take on nascent souls head-on. Furthermore, this was an attack from 3 top-tier perfected lords of Tianhuang mainland. However, the Rakshasa race's advantage was not in terms of strength, but in speed. They can shuttle through the air at an unfathomable speed. His movement technique was something that even nascent souls would have difficulty capturing. The Rakshasa leader scoffed coldly and chose not to fight perfected Lord Yu Jun and the other 2 head-on. In a flash, he transformed into a dark streak of light and vanished from the spot, delving into the voids. Perfected Lord Yu Jun and the other 2 were relieved when they saw the Rakshasa leader escape. Tianming, this Rakshasa leader, is definitely not our match in terms of strength. Perfected Lord Yu Jun looked towards perfected Lord Tianming, who was still in a daze not far away. As long as we join forces and create a circular formation, we might be able to kill that Rakshasa leader. That's right. Monk Ian Lu nodded as well. That Rakshasa earlier did not dare to fight us head-on. This is our only chance. Perfected Lord Tianming gradually returned to his senses and realized that the reason he survived was due to the arrival of perfected Lord Yu Jun and the other 2. However, there was no fighting spirit at all in his eyes. He was scared out of his wits. He knew that perfected Lord Yu Jun's words made sense. However, they could not react to the Rakshasa leader's speed at all. What were their chances of winning even if they worked together? Perfected Lord Tianming did not wish to die. He wanted to get out of this place, get out of myriad phenomenon city, get out of this hell as soon as possible. You guys can work together if you want to. Don't include me. Perfected Lord Tianming's expression changed and mulled for a moment. A determined look flashed through his eyes as he left that declaration before sprinting away without turning back. You, Perfected Lord Yujun was so furious that his arms trembled. Monk Yin Lu had a disappointed look in the depths of his eyes as he sighed. Everyone is only concerned about themselves, but at a moment as such, who can stand by idly? The three of you are the ones who want to join forces to kill me. Suddenly, a sinister laughter sounded beside their ears with a chilling intent. Not good. Perfected Lord Yujun and the other two felt chills run down their spines. A cold glint shone with the aura of death as it descended from above Monk Yin Lu's head, prepared to cleave him into two. Hurry, retreat. Perfected Lord Yujun released a burst of power and jerked Monk Yin Lu away. A blood light flashed. An arm was flung into the air with blood spraying everywhere. Although Monk Yin Lu managed to survive, Perfected Lord Yujun lost an arm and blood spewed from his wound. Perfected Lord Luo Shui rendered assistance hurriedly and shielded Perfected Lord Yujun. With a wave of her hand, she laid down layers of ice crystals that reflected different light rays to distort one's vision, blocking the Rakshasa leader for the time being. Perfected Lord Yujun's face was extremely pale. The weapons of the Rakshasa race possessed an extremely evil type of power. They rendered injuries with unstoppable blood flows. After losing an arm, his blood chi was severely depleted and his combat strength was almost non-existent by now. Furthermore, the injury was serious and almost irrecoverable. Regeneration of limbs was only available at the conjoint body realm. However, the path of cultivation was arduous and treacherous. It was unknown whether he could even cultivate to the void reversion realm, let alone the Dharma characteristic and conjoint body realms later on. Perfected Lord Luo Shui rescued Perfected Lord Yujun, but the Rakshasa leader did not continue his pursuit of them. A dark light flashed. Monk Yin Lu's reaction was delayed because he was worried about Perfected Lord Yujun's wounds. Instantly, a massive cut appeared across his abdomen, and his organs nearly spilled out. Ugh! He grunted deeply. Monk Yin Lu knew that the Rakshasa leader had not gone all out. Otherwise, he would have been a corpse by now. He he he. Sinister laughter echoed through the air erratically. A moment ago, it was at the front. The next moment, it appeared behind Perfected Lord Luo Shui's back. Watch out! Perfected Lord Yujun shouted to remind her, but he was still too late. A half-foot long cut sliced down from the top of Perfected Lord's back. Any deeper, and she would have been split into two. Ah! Due to the pain and immense loss of blood, Perfected Lord Luo Shui could no longer control her body as she fell from midair along with Perfected Lord Yujun and Monk Yin Lu. The three of them smashed to the ground in a wretched state, stained with blood and mud as their faces turned increasingly pale. Yes, delicious. In midair, the Rakshasa leader held Perfected Lord Yujun's arm and was chewing off its flesh, chomping down in huge mouthfuls. Perfected Lord Luo Shui felt her stomach churn at the sight of it and nearly vomited. Perfected Lord Yujun's body shook in rage and flames of anger spewed from his eyes. He was grinding his teeth so badly they were almost crushed. The life essence from your flesh is even richer and rarer. I'll keep your lives for now. If I kill all of you now, your flesh won't remain fresh. He he he. The Rakshasa leader laughed menacingly. Right then, as though he sensed something, he spun around furiously and glared towards the west. 8 figures streaked through the air from the west of Myriad Phenomenon City. There were men as well as women. The men were handsome and the women were gorgeous. Among them, a woman's hands and legs were bound, and she looked fatigued. However, the other 7 of them glowed with a faint light. Perfected Lord Yujun and the other two turned around instinctively as well. In midair, for nascent souls were speeding towards the west. One of them was Monk Wei Fu from Diamond Monastery, and the other was Monk Jian Kong from Hollow Monastery. The other two people were the perfected lords of Purple Firmament Sect and Clear Wind Temple. The four nascent souls encountered the incoming 8 figures. Scram! Monk Wei Fu was busy trying to escape and could not be bothered with the 4 people before him. He shouted, and his blood chi churned to release the Buddhist sect's Lion Roar and Diamond Fiend Suppression Fist right away. Fufu. The leader of the 8 people was a man with golden hair and blue eyes. He was extremely tall and handsome with a deep gaze. As he looked at the incoming Monk Wei Fu, he merely smiled faintly. The golden-haired man did not avoid or dodge and charged forward instead. "Get the hell back!" His blood chi churned and gave off a golden glow. As his bloodline channeled, there were even sounds of tsunami. It was as though a golden ocean was hidden within his body. The golden-haired man extended his arm similarly and threw out a punch as well. Bang! The 2 fists collided. Time seemed to have frozen. Monk Wei Fu looked like he was in endless pain, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard from his arm. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his gaze dimmed as he fell from midair. His arm was ruptured. Pissed. The cultivators that were fleeing were scared out of their wits when they saw that. The God race is here as well. Perfected Lord Yujun's eyes were filled with despair as he lamented tragically. Are our human paragons truly going to endure such a calamity in Myriad Phenomenon City? Chapter 759. Rivers of Blood, Catastrophe of Paragons. Chapter 759. Rivers of Blood, Catastrophe of Paragons. The God race was one of the primordial 9 races, but they were unlike the Rakshasa race. If the Rakshasa race was well known for their speed, the God race would be feared for their bloodline. The bloodline of the God race was not red, but golden. Beings of the God race possessed extremely frightening power of blood chi, physique, and melee combat capabilities. Monk Wei Fu of Diamond Monastery specialized in body tempering. However, he could not endure a single blow from the leader of the God race, and his arm was ruptured by a single punch. Thereafter, the God race leader caught up to him with a couple of steps and stomped his body into pieces, destroying his essence spirit in the process. If even Monk Wei Fu could not win in melee combat, there was no hope for the other nascent souls. The God race had a noble bloodline and proclaimed themselves to be the god of all 10,000 races back in the primordial era. Their lifespans were in union with heaven and earth, and they shared the brilliance of day and night. Their bloodlines were similar to the spirit chi of heaven and earth, and they could manipulate spirit chi and dermic powers with ease. Beings of the God race were adept in learning spirit arts and secret skills. Not only that, the power of the skills would be amplified when it was released by them. The Rakshasa leader did not dare to take on the human nascent souls head-on and could only rely on his movement techniques and speed. However, the strength of the God race leader was enough to suppress human nascent souls head-on. The descent of the God race was absolutely devastating for the humans who were struggling to survive from Myriad Phenomenon City. The God race leader's sudden attack caused golden blood chi to shroud around him, as though he was encircled by a golden ocean. He shone brilliantly like a divine being. "Nobody is allowed to leave without my permission." Although his tone was calm, it was unquestionable. The golden hair of the God race leader danced, and his eyes shone brightly. He single-handedly held back Monk Yuan Kong and the perfected lords of Purple Firmament Sect and Clear Wind Temple. Even as a golden core, he was strong enough to fight against 3 nascent souls. That was the terror of the God race. Among the remaining 6 clansmen of the God race, one of them suppressed the woman with her hands and legs bound personally. The other 5 charged into the group of human paragons who were fleeing and killed on a whim. Galaxy Vortex. The paragon of Heavenly Dipper sect saw that the city gate was right before him and knew that he could escape from Myriad Phenomenon City the moment he rushed through it. He gathered his courage and released his golden core phenomenon to welcome the attacks. Insignificant strength. Break. The God Race clansman opposite him did not avoid or dodge, and his eyes were filled with deep disdain. With a smirk, he reached out and punched the countless stars before him. Boom! The sky of stars dispersed. The phenomenon vanished. Galaxy Vortex was ranked 12th for the phenomenon ranking this time round. But now it was shattered by a bare-handed punch from a God Race clansman. That terrifying blood chi, horrifying physique, and frightening strength was absolutely unstoppable. There was no way to fight against it. It happened at almost the same time. All the other golden core phenomenons of the human paragons were shattered by the God Race clansmen. Phenomenon ranking? Paragons? You're nothing but a bunch of jokes. A group of ants who are merely deceiving themselves. The clansmen of the God Race reared their heads in wanton laughter. Rin, too, who was 3rd on the phenomenon ranking, released his corpse mountain blood sea and managed to defend against a God Race clansman. However, the God Race clansman's attack caused his golden core phenomenon to sway with a dim glow, as though it could dissipate at any moment. Rin, too, had a terrible expression and was forced to retreat continuously. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. In midair, among the 3 perfected lords that were fighting against the God Race leader, 2 of them were already dead. Monk Yuan Kong, who was remaining, was also at the end of the road. Within a few attacks, the God Race leader caught hold of an opening and punched him in the chest. Monk Yuan Kong's heart exploded as he fell to the ground with fresh blood flowing out of his mouth. He died on the spot. The God Race leader stood in the air and blocked the path of escape to the west of Myriad Phenomenon City. He had a divine might, and no cultivator dared to advance at all. The dense crowd of human paragons had just surged forward when they began to retreat, only to find themselves killed by a dark light streaking through the air at the back. The eyes of the Rakshasa leader shifted towards the God Race leader as he smirked coldly before saying in an odd manner, "The God Race sure got here early. We're both the same." The God Race leader replied indifferently, but he did not stop in his massacre. Poof! Perfected Lord Beidou's head was ruptured by a single punch from the God Race leader, and his essence spirit was destroyed. Another nascent soul was dead. Myriad Phenomenon City resembled the purgatory with corpses strewn all over and rivers of blood. The human paragons were experiencing an unprecedented catastrophe. It wasn't that there were no humans that resisted as everything happened. However, against the terrifying combat strength of the Rakshasa and God Race, the cultivators did not manage to create much of an impact before being suppressed. They either became cold corpses on the ground, or food in the bellies of the Rakshasa race. Of the 17 nascent souls, only perfected Lord Yujun, perfected Lord Luo Shui, Monkey and Lu, perfected Lord Chu Yu of Azura sect, and the perfected lords of Soaring Feather sect and Wisdom Monastery were left. Furthermore, all 6 of them were severely injured and sat on the ground crippled. They could not do anything but watch with despaired gazes. "Sinner, I'm a sinner." Perfected Lord Yu Jun struggled and stood up quivering, as though he had grown significantly older within an instant. When he saw the human paragons slaughtered in the hands of the Rakshasa and God Race clansmen like fish on a chopping board, it felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. This was Myriad Phenomenon City, a sacred ground for the human race. In the ancient era, the golden era with the birth of the human emperor alongside multiple emperors, how could any other race dare to step foot into the city? The ancient phenomenon steel was here. There were marks left here by countless predecessors. In fact, The shadows of the ancient emperors existed here. Yet, after countless years, although they were similarly beneath the foot of the myriad phenomenon peak in the same old ancient city, human paragons were being slaughtered helplessly by other races. I've let down Fairy Ling Long. I've let down the predecessors of the human race. Perfected Lord Yu Jun's face was frightfully pale due to immense blood loss as he knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly towards the ancient phenomenon steel with a sorrowful expression. Heis! Monk Yin Lu sighed. Although Buddhism believed in the concepts of karma and reincarnation such that he no longer had many attachments towards life and death, he felt his heart wrench at the moment as well. May the heavens take pity on us. Past emperors, if you're able to see this with your spirits, the human paragons are undergoing a catastrophe. Can anyone save them? Perfected Lord Luo Shui was dispirited as she gazed at the gray, hazy skies above her. Two clear streams of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, turning into crystals instantly as she murmured softly. The arrogant laughter of the Rakshasa and God race echoed throughout myriad phenomenon city in a piercing manner. However, countless human paragons could only howl helplessly in a heart-wrenching manner. Regardless of gender, immortals or fiends, at that moment, the lives of the human paragons were cheaply and mercilessly reaped by the Rakshasa and God race. Their blood flowed for thousands of miles, and their miserable cries could be heard everywhere. In the blink of an eye, there were only less than 80,000 human paragons left from the initial 100,000. That figure was even decreasing rapidly at the moment. The remaining cultivators fled wildly in panic as they yelled with fearful faces. Some of them even gave up on escaping and knelt outright on the ground, begging the heavens to spare them. Myriad Phenomenon City had been relegated to an endless hell. Chapter 760, Protection, Dermic Weapon. Chapter 760, Protection, Dermic Weapon. Perfected Lord Tianming sprinted the entire way and was drenched in sweat. Part of the reason was because he had exerted his dermic powers to their limits. Another part of the reason was because he broke out in cold sweat due to the excessive shock he received. Myriad Phenomenon City was already far behind him. Perfected Lord Yu Jun, Monkey Yin Lu, and Perfected Lord Luo Shui stepped in and rescued him from the Rakshasa leader. Coupled with the arrival of the God race, he managed to take advantage of the chaos to escape from the city. Even then, he did not dare to stop or turn back as he fled far away, afraid that the Rakshasa leader would catch up to him. Perfected Lord Tianming sprinted a little more, and the only sounds he could hear was the howling winds and his own panting. It was only then that he gradually came to a stop and turned back with a sense of trepidation. At the end of his vision was Myriad Phenomenon City, which was now a black spot the size of a palm. However, he could clearly see blood chi surging into the skies around the black spot, disrupting the firmaments. The arrival of the Rakshasa and God race in Myriad Phenomenon City was an extreme catastrophe, and probably less than 1/10 of the cultivators would be able to escape. At the very least, the strength of Tianhuang mainland's cultivation world would be immensely crippled for the next 100 years. Su Zimoshur is lucky that he managed to leave earlier by coincidence, allowing him to avoid this catastrophe. Perfected Lord Tianming remarked spitefully, "If he was in Myriad Phenomenon City, I could have killed him with the help of the Rakshasa and God race, and that will be a huge problem resolved." He stood in midair with an indeterminate expression in deep thought. A moment later, Perfected Lord Tianming's eyes flashed with a firm look, as though he had decided on something. In a flash, he vanished from the spot. Di Yin had a dark expression. He fled the entire time after leaving Myriad Phenomenon City, but Su Zimo was like a shadow hot on his tails. No matter how many cultivation techniques and secret skills he released, he could not shrug the latter off. The distance between them closed up instead. Di Yin's spirit energy was almost depleted. He could not sustain his immense expenditure, although he was consuming elixirs continuously. He believed that Su Zimo was definitely not in a great state either. Even so, the lunatic behind him did not have any intention of stopping, and a chilling intent could be sensed piercing his back. What a lunatic! Dean cursed internally. His legs were almost completely numb, and he felt a giddy sensation in his head. If he continued running, he would die of fatigue before Su Zimo caught up to him. As a peerless monster incarnate, Dean was prideful and would naturally not beg for mercy. Furthermore, he knew that the situation between them was irreconcilable. If their positions were exchanged, he would not let Su Zimo off either. He once declared that not only was he going to kill Su Zimo, he was going to kill everyone close to him down to the very last person. In truth, that was also the exact reason why Su Zimo was bent on killing Dean. Kill. When he realized that he could not escape, Dean spun around and brought out the great Qian imperial seal, smashing it down fiercely onto Su Zimo's face. In fact, his spirit energy was depleted so badly that he could not activate the spirit patterns on the imperial seal. Even so, the great Qian imperial seal was indestructible and would be able to smash Su Zimo into sludge as long as sufficient strength was exerted. Humph! Although Su Zimo was hot in pursuit, his spirit perception warned him the moment Dean made a sudden move. As such, he was prepared. The futile struggle of a trapped beast. Su Zimo wielded the coiling dragon seal, and demonic chi shrouded him as he yelled, "Dean, your spirit energy has been depleted, and you have no more techniques left. However, I can still kill you even without spirit energy." Clang! The sound of metal clashing was released the moment the great Qian imperial seal and coiling dragon seal clashed. It was extremely sharp, and sparks flew everywhere. Ugh! Dean grunted dully, and his palm split apart. He could no longer maintain his grip on the great Qian imperial seal, and it flew from his hands. 10 years ago, Dean and Su Zimo were evenly matched in the fight at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. 10 years later, Dean was no longer a match for Su Zimo. Dean could not win even with the legacy of the human emperor. How did this man manage to cultivate his blood, chi, and body to such a frightening degree? Dean's palms quivered as he tapped on the ground and burst in retreat. Boom! Su Zimo landed on the ground and burst forward like a divine steed, releasing a tragic aura. He wielded the coiling dragon seal with his right hand like an ancient demon with a torrential ferocity, while his left hand scooped through the air to grab the falling great Qian imperial seal. Die! He arrived before Dean almost in the blink of an eye. The two gigantic seals covered the skies like two massive mountains that possessed a boundless might as they crashed down onto Dean's head. Dean would be ruptured to death if that attack landed, even if had a connate defensive spirit weapon. When he realized that it was too late to dodge, Dean yanked down a jade pendant that hung on his waist and crushed it without hesitation. Buzz! A resplendent glow was released and condensed into a light barrier around Dean, protecting the latter inside. Boom! The two gigantic seals smashed heavily against the light barrier at the same time. Dean was sent flying right away and only stopped after rolling on the ground for more than 100 feet. That's a protection dermic weapon. Su Zimo focused his gaze. A protection dermic weapon, such as a jade pendant, was exceptionally rare in the cultivation world because it could be carried around easily. These were items that were prepared by super sex or mighty figure, Dao, lords for the people closest to them. Dean was the #1 perfected being of Tianhuang mainland and was a monster incarnate that dominated through everyone of the same cultivation realm. It was no surprise that he would carry a protection dermic weapon as such. He struggled to stand from the ground, and his pupils constricted violently when he glanced at the light barrier around him. The glow of the light barrier had dimmed significantly. However, what truly shocked him was that a crack appeared on the light barrier. Although it was thin, he could see it clearly. The protection dermic weapon could even defend against the full-powered attack of a top-tier nascent soul. In other words, the presence of the protection dermic weapon along with his frightening combat strength meant that he would not be in any danger at all within the ancient battlefield. To think that a single attack from Su Zimo would cause a crack in the light barrier. Even the protection dermic weapon won't be able to protect you. Su Zimo had a cold gaze and charged towards Di-in in huge strides. Do the heavens truly want me to die? Di-in glared at the incoming Su Zimo with a snarling expression, and his eyes were filled with indignance. All of a sudden, a mocking voice sounded in midair. Fufu, these two ants are sure in a rather intense fight. The voice was erratic and sounded distant, yet close at the same time. There was no way to determine its origin. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and shifted his gaze. Electricity crackled through his eyes as he spotted a dark light that shuttled through the air not far away. The dark light stopped and revealed its true appearance. The intruder was tall and bulky, with a dark complexion. He had red hair, green eyes, and a green face that was hideous, while a gigantic pair of meat wings flapped gently behind his back. Those two gigantic seals are decent. I want them both. The intruder looked down with an arrogant expression and stared at Su Zimo and Di-in as though he was looking at two dead men. This seems to be... Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Di-in glared at the intruder and frowned deeply. Suddenly, his expression changed as though he recalled something as he yelled, "Rakshasa, race!" Indeed, Su Zimo's gaze turned cold. In the ancient books at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, he had read partial descriptions of the primordial 9 races. Di-in's remark further verified his guess. Chapter 761 Escape. Chapter 761 Escape. Upon the arrival of the Rakshasa race, Di-in's eyes first flashed with shock. Thereafter, he gradually realized something and was delighted. The heavens are on my side. Di-in was way too smart and realized before long that this might be his only shot at escaping. Su Zimo did not have much of an impression towards the primordial 9 races. After all, that was an era long forgotten. In Su Zimo's opinion, there were good, bad, kind, and evil people from every race. That was the case even among the human race. However, the Rakshasa before him targeted his great Qian imperial seal and coiling dragon seal from the get-go. That ignited Su Zimo's killing intent. It was clear that this intruder was hostile and wanted to kill for his treasure. Su Zimo was expressionless and put the great Qian imperial seal and coiling dragon seal away in his storage bag. You have a death wish. The Rakshasa in midair was enraged when he saw what Su Zimo did. He smirked coldly and revealed blood-stained fangs as he declared with a cold voice. Suddenly Di-in spoke and said darkly, Su Zimo, let's stop fighting and escape to survive respectively. Escape. Su Zimo shook his head. Be it up in heaven or down in hell, there's nowhere left for you to run. Fufu, the Rakshasa race has already arrived, and you can't even guarantee that you can get out alive. Yet you want to kill me? Di-in laughed coldly. Additionally, even if you can survive, can you guarantee the same for your friends back in Myriad Phenomenon City? Su Zimo's heart sank. In truth, the moment the Rakshasa appeared, he thought about how many of them there were. If this was not the only one, where were the other Rakshasas? The god race that abducted Nian Qi had not shown themselves as well. Where were they now? Could the appearance of the Rakshasa and god race in the ancient battlefield be the reason why the phenomenon ranking was brought forward this time round? Uneasy thoughts bubbled in Su Zimo's mind. Su Zimo, I'd advise you to hurry back to Myriad Phenomenon City as soon as possible to check up on your friends and spirit beasts. You might be able to salvage their corpses if you get back earlier. Di-in said as he retreated. Zimo's expression darkened instantly, and a furious glint flickered through his eyes. He strode forward and said coldly, "I'll make sure I kill you before I return. How dare the two of you ants ignore me?" The Rakshasa in midair widened his eyes and shrieked, feeling as though his dignity had been challenged severely. There was no way he knew that the two people before him were the top two of the phenomenon ranking. They could be considered as the strongest paragons of this generation and rare monster incarnates of history. Even Diyin's first reaction upon seeing the Rakshasa was not to escape, let alone Zimo. Diyin believed that if he was in peak condition, he was definitely strong enough to defeat this Rakshasa before him. What truly threatened Diyin was Zimo still. Diyin retreated rapidly, while Zimo chased hot on his heels. The two monster incarnates ignored the Rakshasa completely. Sure, a dark streak of light tore through the air. Before it arrived, Zimo already felt his scalp prickling. The Rakshasa had attacked. He was furious that Zimo ignored him and put away the great Qian imperial seal and coiling dragon seal. As such, his first target was Zimo. How fast? Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Even if he was in peak condition, he might not be able to reach that level. However, Zimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and possessed the ability of precognition. The cicada senses autumn coming before the wind even starts to blow. His body flattened, and he was almost stuck to the ground like an anaconda. While he dodged the dark light, he slithered through the grass in Diyin's direction without a decrease in speed. In Diyin's view, Zimo had vanished from sight and was hidden in the grass. Click, clack, click. The grass swayed, as though an ancient anaconda was slithering through it with a ferocious aura. Pissed. Diyin's expression changed, and he felt his scalp prickle. Without hesitation, he punched in reverse violently. Zimo's body suddenly turned soft against that incomparably tough attack. He propped both arms onto Diyin's body and wrapped around him. He released Anaconda Coil right after avoiding Diyin's punch. Diyin was petrified, and hissing sounds echoed beside his ears, as though a massive wind box was being pulled constantly. It was Zimo opening his mouth to breathe in. Zimo's body expanded at a visible speed, and blood chi surged as he released a terrifying pressure to constrict Diyin's body continuously. That was a killing move from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. The number one perfected being of the North region, Shibuya of Glass Palace, died in Zimo's hands from this technique as well. Today, Zimo was going to murder the once number one perfected being of Tianhuang mainland using Anaconda Coil as well. Crack, crack, crack. A jarring sound echoed from the light barrier around Diyin, and it flickered as though it could shatter at any moment. There was no way he would be able to defend against the constrictive power if the light barrier shattered. All of a sudden, a cold glint flashed and sliced towards the throat. This was a rare opportunity to kill Diyin, and there might not be another chance, as such if this was missed. Although he sensed the danger, Zimo's body continued wrapping around Diyin's body while exerting strength. At the same time, he struck towards the cold glint with his left hand. "You must have a death wish." The voice of the Rakshasa sounded. Clang! A metallic sound could be heard. The cold glint froze and revealed its appearance. It was a chilling saber that curved with a shocking degree. Right now, Zimo grabbed the curved saber in his palm. However, his palm was perfectly fine without any wound at all. Zimo's left hand was equipped with the connate grade spirit glove he obtained from the Glass Palace paragons and would naturally not get injured. The Rakshasa was momentarily stunned. However, he broke out of his stupor instantly and sliced again with a cold gi toward Zimo's throat at an extremely fast speed. With no other choice, Zimo withdrew blood, Quencher with the back of his hand and slashed forward. Clang! The blades of the sabers collided. The Rakshasa's body shuddered, and a look of shock flashed through his eyes. The strength of this human cultivator was boundless like the ocean and impossible to defend against. Although it was merely a single slash, he could already feel his arms go numb and his curved saber nearly flew from his hands. Impossible. Humans are innately weak with a cheap bloodline. They're the most inferior ants around. How can there be a cultivator as such? I can't fight against him in terms of strength. In a flash, the thought crossed the Rakshasa's mind, and he stopped underestimating his opponent. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Zemo. His movement technique was absolutely unfathomable. In order to defend against the Rakshasa, Zemo had to free both hands. However, he could no longer restrain Diin with just his arms and waist. Herg! Diin grunted deeply, and the sound of bones cracking echoed from within his body as his tendons and bones sounded together. Suddenly, his body shrank, and he seized the opportunity to escape from Zemo's coil. Fufufu! Diin sprinted into the distance and laughed sinisterly. Zemo, we'll meet again in the future. I'll definitely take my revenge during our next encounter. What a pity. Zemo looked at Diin's fleeing figure and lamented internally. He was entangled by the Rakshasa and could not afford to continue his pursuit of Diin. Furthermore, he was indeed worried about Myriad Phenomenon City. There was no way to determine how much more time he had to spend if things with Diin continued to drag out. I've got to kill this Rakshasa and hurry back. At that thought, Zemo shrugged his wrist, and Blood Quencher buzzed loudly with an immense blood chi. Zemo caressed the blade gently and said with a murderous tone, "Brother, today, I'll let you know what the blood of a Rakshasa tastes like."